Great. Good evening. Welcome to the Tuesday, September 24th, 2024 Board of Education meeting. If everyone would please rise for the flag salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, we'll go to the district clerk for a roll call.
Adam Smith.
Present.
Julie Epstein. Here. Sandra Alvarez.
Here.
Emily Bays.
Present.
Deborah Brooks. Here. Rachel Gilliard. Here. Nanette Melkonian. Here. Thank you.
All right. It's a full house for the first time in a while. Look forward to lots of 7 O's instead of 6 O's and 5 1s. At this time, I'd like to make a motion for the adoption of the September 24th, 2024 agenda. Is there a second? Ms. Alvarez? Ms. Brooks? Okay. All in favor? 7-0. Look at that. Off to a good start. At this time, no, Deb got that one. Yeah. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to recess to executive session to discuss the employment of a particular person, matters that would imperil public safety if disclosed, and to seek legal advice from counsel. Do I have a second? Ms. Alvarez? All in favor? 7-0. At this time, we are adjourned to executive session and anticipate returning at approximately 7:30.
Hot diggity dog.
Huh? We'll do our best. It is what it is.
Well, we thought we were going to need it because we thought. Oh.
Yeah. If I can have everyone's attention, we're going to reconvene the meeting at this time. I apologize to everybody that we're running almost 40 minutes behind schedule. I really do, but we had to finish some business. At this time, I would like to make a motion to reconvene in public session. Ms. Gilliard, are you my second? Yes? All in favor? 7-0. We are reconvened in public session. At this time, we'll go to the district clerk for a roll call.
Adam Smith,
Present.
Julie Epstein. Here. Sandra Alvarez,
Here.
Emily Bays,
Present.
Deborah Brooks. Here. Rachel Gilliard. Here. Nanette Melkonian. Here. Thank you.
At this time, we are going to give the floor to Mr. Shane Helfner and the Tri-M Music Honor Society Jazz Combo. We're going to keep these on.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shane Helfner. As mentioned, I'm the advisor of the Tri-M Music Honor Society. The Tri-M Music Honor Society, it provides opportunities for our music students to play in the community as well as in the school. And we actually had our first meeting last week, and we had, I think it was 94 students showed up at the first meeting, which is amazing. Really growing. And if there is a group that has done the most of any group in their time in this building, it is this group. They have signed up and volunteered their time to perform at everything, and you're going to see through their body language and their music making up here how much they love music. So it's my honor to introduce to you this wonderful jazz combo. These are 4 seniors that I've gotten to know through band the last 4 years, and they're just amazing musicians, but even more so amazing people. So we're just going to quickly introduce. We have on tenor sax, we have Max Lopez, who is actually just was named All-State for jazz tenor sax. We have Ethan Gorda, who was also named All-State for jazz piano. We have Thomas Stylianos, who is actually our lead trumpet player in the wind ensemble here, but as you see, is a multitasker and can also play an amazing bass guitar. And on drum set, we have Aiden Periatamwa. Oh, okay. And he's performing a tune that I think you will recognize, Just the Way You Are.
And it's only September.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Wow. That was awesome, guys. Seriously. Okay. Wow, guys. Thank you very much for that performance. Being that we're 40 minutes late, I'm going to yield my opening statement of the president, but I'm going to very briefly skip out of order. And we have some special guests here tonight. We have Mr. Michael Hahn, John Simpkins, and Spiro, I may pronounce this wrong, Kalidas, representing the Nassau County School Facilities Association, who I believe wanted to make a recognition to Mr. Graham.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the board, staff, local community members for allowing us to be here this evening. My name is Michael Hahn, our chapter president, John Simpkins, our accountant, Spiro Kalidas. We're here representing the Nassau County School Facilities Association. Briefly, we're an association made up of facility directors of all the participating districts throughout the county. Our mission is to do a lot of fundraising for charitable organizations and a lot of professional development where we help to train and support the various directors as well as the facility staff throughout the county. The way we do this is through fundraisers. And recently, on September 9th, one of the fundraisers we had was our annual golf outing, where we have raised quite a bit of money, and we had made special donations towards the Tunnel to Towers group. Because it was so close to September 11th, we do very patriotic themes. And I'd like to give a special thanks to this board, to this school district, for allowing their chorus to come to our organization golf outing and sing the national anthem. They did a fabulous job. I hope that you have video of it because it was just outstanding to hear the way these students sang. Their performance was phenomenal. I know there was a little bit of a cost incurred for your busing and getting the students over there and your time, and we deeply appreciate everything you did for us. And for that, our association would like to make a $1,000 donation in the form of a scholarship to this school district to be used as you see fit. So thank you very much.
You can give that to Mr. Graham, and he'll get that to us. Thank you very much. Or Kathy, yep. Thank you very much to the Nassau County. Thank you. Okay, with that. With that, I will turn it right over to, no, we'll come to those in order. We'll go right to the superintendent report. So I'm going to go right to Dr. Hines and then Dr. Shield.
Great. We'll make this quick as well. Dr. Shields, if you wouldn't mind, just a quick update with enrollment.
Yes, good evening. So the last enrollment report was calculated on September 18th. At that time, we had 5,322 students. That is 26 more students than we had at this time last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shields.
Thank you. And then, Ms. Manuel, if you wouldn't mind, just a quick update regarding the stop arm bus patrol. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. As in the past, we've spoken about the Stop Arm Camera initiative. The town of North Hempstead has entered into an agreement with Bus Patrol, which would allow districts in the town of North Hempstead to participate in this as well. You'll see an agreement tonight for us to opt into this. We feel this surrounding October 21st. The week of that is also bus safety awareness. We think this is a good way for our community to be involved and recognize the importance of this tool.
And I think you were also going to speak about Renew.
Yes,
well.
that's correct. So you'll see on here a contract for Renew that's about $2 million. This is different than for our energy performance contract. We have work being done on our roofs, and Renew also does roof work. So we're using a bid from Babylon School District. So we're allowed to piggyback off of that bid. So that's what the $2 million is for. Okay.
And then the environmental overage.
Yes.
Yeah.
You'll also see a transfer on tonight's board agenda for environmental. We had some issues where we needed additional testing at Manor Haven. We also had some floors that were done. And when the carpet was taken up, we noticed there's more asbestos that had to be addressed. So that's really the concerns. I believe there was one more. Oh, also the lead in the water testing. As we continue to add more bottle stations, we have to have more testing done. So that's why we required that transfer.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
That clears up some questions we had. That's it for your update, Dr. Arns. Fantastic. So at this time, we're going to move on to recognitions. Tonight we are recognizing our National Merit semifinalists. Does somebody have that list?
I have it.
Okay, Ms. Epstein is going to do that recognition. Thank you.
Good evening. Paul D. Schreiber High School was informed by the National Merit Scholarship Corporation that 5 students in the class of 2025 have qualified for semifinalist classification in the National Merit Scholarship Program. Over 1.5 million students nationwide took the qualifying test, and approximately 16,000 students have earned the designation as semifinalist in the competition. The students now will complete an application form that includes information about academic performance as well as recommendations from the school counselor. This supporting documentation will be crucial in determining whether students become finalists in the process. The entire school community is very proud of these students' achievements and wish them well in the next stage of the process. Please join in honoring the following Paul D. Schreiber High School students, and you all can come up to get a certificate. Jaden Doshi.
Dr. Arns.
Julian, oh wait, we'll go get your picture. Congratulations, Jaden. Julian Kimball. Congratulations. Austin Lee. Congratulations. Ezra Schulmiller. Congrats. And last but not least, Bridget Southard. I don't see Bridget. Okay. Congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you very much, Ms. Epstein, and congratulations to our recipients of recognition. At this time, I'm going to let Dr. Shields give a brief update on our award of tenure.
Yes, good evening. We have 4 individuals that are on the agenda tonight to be awarded tenure. Mr. Smith, if I could have the resolution be passed first, and then I will call them up. Be it resolved that the Board of Education, on the recommendation of the superintendent, awards tenure to the following individuals: Sandra Neuwirth, Arzu Alkan, Barbara Castaldi, and Sandra Meyer.
Great. We have to vote. Can I have a second for that resolution? Ms. Alvarez, all in favor? Julie? 7-0. Congratulations, tenure is awarded. Dr. Shield?
Thank you very much. Sandra Neuwirth is at Schreiber High School as a world language teacher. If she's here, please stand. No? All right. Arzu Alkan, guidance counselor over at Guggenheim. Congratulations. And Barbara Castaldi is a teacher assistant at Sousa. Not here. And Sandra Meyer is also a teacher assistant here at Schreiber High School. And I don't see her here. So, but congratulations to all 4 of them.
Congratulations to all of our tenure recipients, and in particular to Ms. Alkin, who I know from around Guggenheim and is obviously here tonight. So congratulations, you well deserved. At this time, we are going to open to our first opportunity for community comments. Just a reminder to the community, those wishing to speak should sign in at the podium. If you haven't already, you still may. Each community member will be given up to 3 minutes to speak. Please state your full name at the start of your comments. Keep them as brief as possible and relate to school matters. Any inappropriate conduct will not be permitted. Do we have anyone signed in? Yes, great. What was that? Shannon Preston.
Hello, thank you. My name is Shannon Preston. I'm speaking today on behalf of my family to express our frustration regarding the number of students in our daughter's 4th grade class at Sousa Elementary. She is in Mrs. Lucy's class, where there are now 26 students enrolled. At the BOE meeting earlier this month, the president of the board was quoted as saying that large class sizes are a fiscal reality of the Port Washington School District. In that same meeting, a board member stated that teacher quality and class size are the biggest indicators of student success. If the budget doesn't prioritize one of the 2 biggest indicators of student success, class size, then what does it prioritize? Should the community assume that the budget is being mismanaged? In a year when the community voted to pierce the standard tax cap, we are at the same time being told that the district can't afford enough teachers for optimal, not maximum, class sizes across its 5 elementary schools. The district teachers union that represents our teachers has been very vocal, expressing that 26 or more children in a 4th grade class is not reasonable. Once again, we ask that this issue be rectified in the following ways. At the very least, a dedicated, qualified teacher's assistant needs to be added to the classes across the district that are at maximum capacity, not one that is shared among classes. Likewise, not one who is already assigned to the classroom to help a particular student with an IEP. Plans need to be made now to modify the 25-26 budget to accommodate more teachers across our growing district. It should not come as a surprise when we are in this same position before next year's school year. And for the health of our district in general, class size maximums should be reduced to what the district now refers to as optimal levels. And those new maximums should be respected by our administrators and the board. Thank you for your service to the students in our community.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers? No? Okay, we're going to close community comments. There'll be another one at the end. We're going to move on to our discussion item at this time, or our discussion items, I should say. This evening, we have several items up for discussion, and our format will be a little different. Our first item is a public hearing on a matter with the Code of Conduct, which our Code of Character, Culture, and Conduct, which we've discussed many times before. After our brief discussion regarding the Code of Conduct, we will invite anyone from the community who would like to offer comments for the board's consideration before adoption later this evening. And I do want to remind the board and the community that this draft was worked on last year by the committee. There was some input from the board late last year and early this summer. After this approval, which will replace our existing very aged Code of Conduct, the policy committee intends to fully further revise this document and go through the same process for refined reapproval either late this year or early next year. So with that, Dr. Feeney will be giving the presentation, then we'll move on to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'd like to invite the co-chair of the committee, Dr. Katie Baer, up to join me. So as mentioned, our Code of Conduct, what's now called our Code of Character, Culture, and Conduct was redone this past year. We had our committee members listed up there, representing administrators, teachers, parents, and students. It was a fantastic committee, hardworking and very collaborative. The process was, we began by reviewing our Code of Conduct. The models focused on relationship building. We wanted to focus on accountability, and we wanted to focus on school climate. We all participated in 4 days of restorative practices training. We wanted to develop guiding principles to oversee our entire rewrite of the code. And we had regular meetings to review, discuss, and revise the code section by section. Restorative practices, philosophy, inquiry, approach was woven throughout the rewrite of the Code of Conduct. We continue to do work on restorative practices beyond the training that folks received last year. But the philosophy really is about positive school climate, relationship building, and inclusive solution-oriented methods. The restorative practices aligns very well, I should mention, with our ruler approach at our elementary school. The DEI committee had started work on the Code of Conduct, and we do want to acknowledge the work that that committee did, and we did use some of the work from the DEI committee in our reworking of the committee, of the code. To discuss some of the changes, Dr. Baer.
Here you can see a side-by-side of what the original code had, the updated code, and just a quick summary of what the improvements were. A lot of this revolves around the language, so our original code had a lot of compliance-type language, and we're really looking toward building relationships and incorporating the social-emotional aspect as well as promoting a positive school environment. On this slide, you can see that building positive relationships and positive student behavior was really at the core of what we were doing. We were shifting from really looking at disciplinary measures to finding ways to intervene so that we can have more positive behavior, repair harm, and look at the underlying causes for what was happening in a classroom or school setting. One new section that we added was the guiding principles. This work was really at the beginning of what we were doing together, and it shaped the discussions that we had throughout this process. And you'll see those specific guiding principles in just a minute. We were looking at really ways to focus on creating a sense of belonging, promoting positive school environment, implementing equitable interventions, and strengthening that community partnership to make sure that we have the homeschool connection for a consistent experience for our children in the community. Here you can see a breakdown. So each of these principles was really defined in a way that spoke to anyone. So whether you're a staff member, a student, a parent, or an administrator, these would be applicable in your specific role. You can see that each one has the core competencies underneath it with also another definition to say what that really looks like within the school setting. We also expanded the rights, responsibilities, and expectations. So you can see in our original code, only students had rights and responsibilities. We expanded that so the parents or guardians also had a rights and responsibilities section, not just the responsibility side. We also really looked to streamline the faculty and staff roles and expand the district personnel roles as well. So in doing so, we are looking at any adult who is working with our young people has a responsibility to promote that positive school environment and to build relationships. So by removing those redundancies and putting everything together, you're seeing that it's a collective responsibility, not if you are in this position, you do only these things. Certainly some things apply to one position more than another, but you can get the overall message that we are here as part of a team and working together provides the best experience for our kids. This was a significant undertaking in the prohibited conduct and consequences section. This is where you see the discipline matrix. So when you look at a listing of some common things that we deal with in a school setting, some conduct that would be in violation of this code, you see a range of interventions and consequences that may be applied. One of the big things to stress here is that context matters. So we're looking at the whole child, we're looking at the developmental stage of the child, the other context of the situation that's happening, the amount of times that a specific behavior has taken place, and we can't emphasize enough that we're really looking to deal with the underlying cause and not just apply consequences to a behavior.
There are a couple of changes, and this was based on some of board feedback we had over the spring and the summer in the elementary school. The notion of withholding of recess, it's not that that is no longer permitted at all, but it is strongly discouraged as a punishment for, say, not doing your homework. Clearly, there may be some interactions that necessitate a timeout if there's a big conflict, but we don't want that to be a go-to result, a consequence for students. And the notion of collective punishment, punishing a whole class for the actions of one or two students, for example. These are the different levels of intervention. They're outlined very clearly in the code, and that was what we tried to make this a very readable document. This is an example of our matrix of consequences as well as the different levels that they fall under. This goes on for several pages within the document. The Dignity for All Students Act, tried to highlight that a little more and put that in. Same sort of format, what we had before, updated code and some of the improvements.
Throughout the document, we tried to make the consistent language really applicable throughout. So when we were talking about identity groups, instead of listing every group every single time, we added another term to the glossary. We updated the electronics use because I don't think many people have pagers anymore, so it would be applicable to what our students are using at this time. And we want to acknowledge that this is a living document. This is something that's reviewed annually. So if in living with this new code, we do need to make some adjustments. We have the committee that we can really look at what is working, what needs modification. So in summary, the changes really reflect modernizing the language, making it consistent, and shifting our lens from a punitive approach to a restorative approach that aligns with the social emotional learning that we're doing in each of our schools. So this is really a way that we can better build relationships, address misconduct in a school setting, and focus on a positive school climate. The last portion of what we need to do involves revising our dress code. That's something that we did not undertake last year, and we'd be looking to bring the committee back together this year. We also already have meetings on the calendar. We're ready to start.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we will open to the community as this is the public hearing. That presentation was really for the community, and if anyone, I know there's been ample opportunity for feedback throughout this process, but going once, going twice. Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Feeney and Dr. Baer, we will come back to this later this evening for approval. Fantastic. Okay, Dr. Feeney, you don't get to go down. Because we are moving on to item 11.2, which is the iReady Math Program.
I am so excited about this agenda
I know you are.
item. This is that I arrived in this district 2 years ago. First of all, people are tossing out initials at me, PGCD and this and that, and I don't know what was going on, but this PGCD math subcommittee had already been formed, and it took about one meeting to recognize the serious approach that this committee was taking towards the work of reviewing our current math curriculum, our current math program, and trying to find something better that met the needs of the students and the teachers. Co-chaired by Beth Javelin, our middle school principal, and Heather O'Shea, our math specialist extraordinaire, one of our math specialists extraordinaire. She works at Guggenheim. This committee just put in incredible amount of work and effort. Cutting to the end, we wound up with a terrific partner in Jennifer Paul from Curriculum Associates iReady. So I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Javelin and Ms. O'Shea, and then Ms. Paul will join afterwards. Oh, yes.
Just kidding. I'm good. I am. All right. So we were charged to look at our current math program, which was Math in Focus, to find a program that better met the needs of our students. Thank you. And we were looking to make sure that the new program that we were meeting met our district values as well as met the New York State Next Generation standards for mathematics. We had 4 goals that we looked at. So again, we wanted to align it to our district vision. We wanted to align it to the New York Next Generation math standards. We wanted a K-6 curriculum that offered support and enrichment for students. And then we wanted to make sure the program's philosophy and materials matched our wish list as a subcommittee of PGCD. Is that you? I think that's you.
So we began,
Sorry.
no, sure, thank you. We began the whole process by doing a needs assessment and also compiling a wish list to see what it was that both our students and teachers would like to have. And we identified 14 programs, which are not listed, but there's a little snapshot of their logos up there. And from the 14 programs, sorry, wrong way, first day with the clicker. After that, we reviewed the criteria. We couldn't look at 14 programs, so we decided to whittle the pool down. We looked at the reviews from Ed Reports. Ed Reports is a not-for-profit organization that reviews curricular materials from pre-K up through high school with really strict rubrics that they use. So we looked at their reports. We wanted things that they rated all green. We also got feedback from other districts and compared against our wish list. So we went from 14 to 8 and then down to the final 4. Here we spoke to sales reps. We looked more closely at the rubric. And after that, we decided on 2 pilot programs, Envision and iReady Mathematics. And from there, we moved into the pilot. We were fortunate in that we had teachers from every single elementary school across the district, for a total of 32 teachers. So we had teachers ranging from kindergarten up through 6th grade that participated in the pilot. And to reach consensus on what program would be the best fit for Port Washington teachers and students, we integrated a whole bunch of elements which are listed up there for you. And finally, our most important elements were the specific rubrics that the teachers engaged with. So there were really specific rubric questions. This is actually the final rubric that the teachers completed at the end of the pilot. And you can see the scores, right? The average for each of the programs is listed on the bottom with the green showing which program had the higher score. So iReady Mathematics really had a higher score consistently. And just to be sure, to cover all our bases, each grade took the most important unit, or what was considered the most important unit that had the, I don't want to say the biggest big ideas, but the most important big ideas for each grade, and they compared it against the standards. So they sat with the program, compared it against the next gen standards, and looked at a whole list of criteria. And that's what these pilot unit comparison scores are sharing with you. So again, iReady consistently had a higher score. And then there was a whole host of recommendations that we made, but here's kind of the short list. Teachers were introduced to the program in June of 2024. All teachers received their materials, so they had them going home over the summer. Yay. There was professional development throughout the year. There's already been a digital library that's been set up for the teachers to use, and the program's been aligned to Port's priority standards, and this information has been shared with the Port Washington teachers. And I will pass the torch on to Jen.
Good evening, and thank you for having me here. I'm here to share a little bit more about iReady Classroom Mathematics, to share the great things happening in your classrooms every day in mathematics. iReady Classroom Mathematics is transforming classrooms across the nation and helping teachers become even better mathematics teachers by using effective teaching strategies. And in turn, the conversations that students are engaged in is allowing them to engage in higher order thinking. How we do this in iReady Classroom Mathematics is through a multi-day lesson approach. This multi-day lesson approach breaks down the lesson where there is an explore day, which we call sessions, followed by develop, where we are developing the skills, and that will range in either 2 to 4 days, followed by the refine day. And the refine day is another opportunity for teachers to dive in and support students where they are. And how they do this all week is with guidance from data. The iReady diagnostic is incorporated as a screener to help provide a pre-assessment for every single grade level topic taught, kindergarten through 6th grade. And the grade level planning report provides groupings that pair students with like needs so teachers can support the students and differentiate every single day. When they are teaching whole group instruction, especially during the develop sessions, there is a framework in place called the Try, Discuss, Connect framework. Students who are doing the talking, or whomever is doing the talking, is doing the learning. We want students engaged in discourse immediately, jumping right into try it, discuss it with peers, discuss it with the class, and then connect it. Connect the strategies used in class and connect the strategies within the resource. All throughout the week, we do have practice within the lesson, shown on the screen above. There's not only print, but digital access to lots of practice to engage in, and including fluency practice. There are some digital games called Learning Games, Fluency Flight, and a print version for fluency practice called Fluency and Skills. And to close us out, we are thrilled to partner with you. We thank you for your partnership. We are here to support you. There's a team behind us at Curriculum Associates to support your community implementing iReady Classroom Mathematics. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add 2 things, if I may. First of all, once again, the work of the PGCD subcommittee, that could not have been done by a single person. And to be able to collaborate across the district with all these teachers, get real data, see what works, see it in action, that's the value of having our teachers as partners in this sort of a work. Took a little longer, right? Took 2.5 years, but it was worth it. We are September 24th. A new mathematics program, K-6, is a huge lift. And the way in which our teachers have embraced the professional development and the work and the change has been so impressive. It's not perfect, but it has changed. If you walk around the schools, you go into these classrooms during their math lessons, it is totally different than what we've seen the past 2 years. The past few years, students are talking to each other, using manipulatives, engaging, debating. It's so impressive. So in such a short amount of time, with this focused professional development, with the hardworking spirit of our teachers, we're seeing a difference already. I just wanted to make sure I add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Feeney, Ms. Javelin, Ms. O'Shea. This presentation, obviously this is something that we've already adopted. So from the board standpoint, we've already made the decision to go ahead with this. But I think it's really important for the community and the Board of Education to understand how much went into this selection and why it was selected. And I know we're a little bit doing this behind the 8 ball in terms of this presentation, but it's really, I think, at least for me, very helpful to see what the process was and how we selected it, and that you were in fact so thorough. So congratulations on the process and what seems to be a very successful rollout. I'm actually not going to ask any questions because we've already made the decision, but I would like to open it up to anyone who feels the need to do so.
Yeah, I have no intention of undoing your work. I just want to understand some things. So thank you very much for the work that's gone into this over the past 2 years. I'm old enough to remember when the Common Core Learning Standards came out. My daughter was in 3rd grade, and she was part of the pilot of the program that eventually became the math program in this district. So that's how long ago it was that we hadn't had a change in the math program. So I'm just wondering, what was it about the previous math program that really stuck in your craw that it just wasn't working? Was there a data tip-off? Was there a...
There were some teachers, if I may, some teachers really enjoyed it. Others did not. I love Math in Focus, a strong mathematics program, but not totally aligned with New York State standards. And as a result, the level of professional development and ongoing professional development was very difficult to sustain. Some of the units were a little challenging for students, and some were challenging really to shift with for teachers. So overall, there was inconsistent adoption of it. We had entire grades just not using it in some schools. And what we wanted to do, we wanted to move away and use this as an opportunity to get curricular consistency across the schools, and we have that now, K through 6. That's what we're working on, and a shift in the instructional practices. And the nature of the program and the supporting use of the data feeds in and makes our teachers' job a lot easier. It's a little overwhelming initially, but in terms of being able to group students, see where they are, see how they're progressing. All students have this online component with their path where they're getting specific instruction. So this is light years ahead of where Math in Focus is.
So that actually leads me into one of my other questions. I'll just go out of order. I understand the data is available. Is it easy for the teachers to use the data, or is it time-consuming for the teachers to go in, look at the reports, and make decisions?
The first time you're doing something and learning to do things, it's a challenge. Where do I find this report? Where do I do this? This is why we have our dedicated professional developer. Tomorrow, she's going to be working with our teachers to show them where to find a few of these videos to help do some pre-teaching and some online learning themselves. The reports, I could give a report. You can print it out, give it to anyone, and you will be able to understand it. I printed one out for Dr. Hines, and he loves mathematics, and he was able to go.
You're saying even he could understand it?
Even, I did not say that, Mr. Smith, but I did hear you say that. And if you need to second that, I'll raise my hand on that. They're easy because the reports tell you, oh, Johnny was struggling in this. Why didn't you assign him from this section on this page these problems?
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question. I don't anticipate, I haven't heard any news about the standards changing, but if the state were to change the standards, is iReady the type of program or company that, unlike Math in Focus, can keep up with that change?
Listen, they want to continue and remain our partners, and as things change, as standards change, they will adapt and adjust accordingly.
Thank you.
Not to speak for you, Ms. Ball, but I would assume. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're just going to go around this way. Catch you, sorry.
My only question is, first of all, thank you all for this. It's very thorough, and I appreciate you going through all of this. My question is the same question I ask all the time. We've brought a new program in, and what are our plans for the assessment of the program after the first year or after 2 years to make sure that it continues to deliver in the mechanism and means that we want it to?
The math subcommittee for PGCD is a standing subcommittee, so I would imagine there'll be they're going to reevaluate at the end of this year, not to say, hey, should we ditch it or not, but really, what are our problem areas? Where do we need ongoing support? This is going to take a few years for everyone to really be comfortable. It's almost as if, we've got a whole bunch of brand new teachers in some areas, but we do have some resources. A lot of people piloted last year. They're supporting the other teachers, but this will be an ongoing thing. And we have concrete data to see how our students are progressing.
That's great. Thank you. I look forward to seeing that in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Epstein. I know, Ms. Alvarez, you want to go ahead? We'll wrap in that way. I know you're ready.
Thank you. So Mr. Smith said it already. This is set, it was approved. But I just have a question on the rubric questions. So it said programs and is successful in teaching all students. So safe to say that this was looked at as far as the special needs classes, as far as all the programs in Port Washington, specifically if any of the classrooms that you mentioned, K to 6, were either the self-contained programs, ICT, anything of that nature included as well?
I'm not sure if we had ICT class.
The ICT work did piloted
In the middle school, there was an ICT pilot, but the teachers looked at this with the eye of professionals who do need to teach a broad range of students and make sure there are materials for our students who are classified, for our ENL students, the variety of learners. Absolutely.
Thank you. I figured with the 3.6 score versus the 2.6 with Envision. Just a clarification, because it says that the grade level planning report, which is great information, great data for the teachers, but I think that the rep mentioned that the test is given at the beginning for iReady as well, similar to the iReady Math, similar to the iReady Screener. Is that the case that happens now? So I know the answer on the screener, but is this the same case for iReady Screener at the beginning of the year? Are there no accommodations given for that test as well?
That is the screener. So the screen.
It's the same
Yes.
Screener, iReady
Correct.
Math, and the.
Yes.
Okay, so no accommodations given for that screener.
Correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Gilliar or Ms. Marconi? No? Okay. Thank you very much for that presentation. Again, I know this was already a done deal, but it's very helpful for the board to understand, and I'm sure it's going to continue to come up as the committee continues to get feedback from the classrooms. But I think we're all very excited.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving right through our discussion items, but nobody should be fooled because we're saving the best for last. Yeah, we're going to move on to our third discussion item, 11.3, which is a transportation and security update. Ms. Manuel is going to be our lead on this.
So we're actually just going to be discussing transportation services as we had some security in executive session. So transportation has been a priority of the Board of Education, and I've been working with Ms. Mora and Mr. Graham since July on how could we support the transportation department and our community, because it is such a challenge as it is for many school districts. So we wanted to look at a plan for a successful future, to look at what do we do well, where could we make improvements. So at a glance, I know you've seen this information before, but I think it's important to also see it again. We have a $10.9 million budget for transportation, and it's not just the students that we're bringing to our own buildings. We also have private placement students. we have field trips, we have athletics, and we also have special needs students that we have to transport. So over the years, we've been trying to do things more in-house so that we can take advantage of some of those areas to save money and to do things more efficiently. So looking at a SWOT analysis as what you would do with most businesses, our strengths are definitely our in-house drivers, our fleet of buses, and our ability to do some things in-house when we have emergencies. Some of the weaknesses are lack of infrastructure, fueling and maintenance facilities, and also a secure lot for our vehicles. Some of the opportunities are we're trying to grow our bus fleet. We're hiring in-house monitors and drivers. We're looking at the possibility of a mechanic or dispatcher or a fleet manager. Some of the threats, we are such a remote location, it's very difficult to find drivers or contractors to actually assist us with our transportation. So we wanted to consider short-term goals for transportation and also long-term goals as well. So the first is looking at the department structure and assessing that, enhancing communication and customer service, and strengthening our relationships with transportation bus contractors. So looking at the department structure, we were trying to see if there's a way that facilities can also support transportation. So what we've started to do is look at the mail delivery process, look at our employee training and our compliance monitoring. Are there some kind of economies that we can work together to make more efficient? Also, the assignment of overtime hours with a budget where we're under quite a bit of constraints, we want to look at everything that we're doing and make sure we're doing it as efficiently as possible. We're also looking at purchasing vehicles. Can we do repairs in-house? Can we look at our infrastructure? And also just the hiring and training practices for our drivers. We would also like to look at investigating, would a mechanic make more sense instead of sending our vehicles out to other school districts or to mechanic shops? And also, is it beneficial to have a sub-driver? So in the event of someone being absent, we still have coverage of our routes. So communication and customer service has something we've been focusing on since the beginning of the year. Communication is key. We still do have challenges because our communication is only as good as the information we're getting from our bus contractors. So we have been trying to use Parent Square quite a bit and the Stop Finder app. I know we've still had challenges with the Stop Finder app. We have most of our buses, I believe this morning, Ms. Morrow was saying that all of the GPS is on it and it's recognizable for our system as well. So we currently have 1,500 active users with the Stop Finder app. So we're also looking at our transportation bus contractors. So here our main relationship is with Pierce Contracting. They do our major routes and a couple of our private school routes. We're looking to really build that relationship and strengthen it, and also establish relationships with other vendors so that we don't have to rely completely on Pierce for our transportation. So some long-term goals that we'll be considering, and these are really 5 years out. Bless you. We're looking at staffing, we're looking at expansion and location of our fleet, and also the electrical bus initiative. So staffing, we currently have an office space which is quite small. So this is something eventually we'll look to expand so that it can support 3 to 4 employees. We also need a place for our drivers. As we're expanding our fleet and the drivers, We need a place for them to have a break room and also for training, so we can do team meetings as well. Some of the additional positions we'd like to consider over the next 5 years are monitors for students. So we have students with special needs, and contracting out for that is quite expensive for the monitors. So we think if we did that in-house, we could provide the needed training that's necessary, and also just have a better relationship with the students as well. An additional dispatcher and someone to monitor our fleet of the buses, not just the buses, but also our vehicles as well. And also just a mechanic to maintain all of these vehicles. So some of the things to consider with expansion of the fleet is where are we going to keep all of these buses? Because we have, this year in the budget was a larger bus, and that we should be getting delivery on in a couple of weeks. So we currently have about 7 buses, I believe, and we need to find a facility that's secure. We also have to look at a cost-benefit analysis. Do we want to keep expanding our fleet? Do we want it to be a hybrid fleet? A lot of things to consider for our district. And what are the financial implications? And lastly, the electrical bus considerations. This requires support, a location, and the actual energy to have this be successful. There is a mandate by 2027 that the district must start purchasing electrical vehicles, and that by 2035, we must be fully electric. Now, this has been overturned in some states, but we haven't had an indication of that quite yet. So we do have to have a study conducted to see how we could complete that. So we will look to seek out grant funding and see what is possible. So really, it's important to look at our future and what does that mean for us with transportation. So we want to be taking a proactive approach. We want to strive to provide the highest level of service and efficiencies to our community. And we also feel that improving the culture of our drivers and our support staff, those are the faces that our children see the first thing in the morning and when they're going home. So we really do want to have more control over those services, which is why we would like to bring more of it in-house.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manuel, for the presentation. We're going to open up for questions. I'm actually going to go first, if that's okay, because I have it on my mind. So I think it's really great that we're looking at the 5-year planning, and there's so many things to consider as it relates to the future of our fleet, the future of the department. But I kind of want to narrow it down to the present, and I would want to start by saying that I know that Ms. Mora and her team are working extremely hard, and there's a tremendous amount of, I don't think people realize how much work goes into and how small the staff we have in terms of what goes into organizing this department. And I feel like I'm sure you just start your day at a deficit every single day in terms of workload. That being said, there's certain kind of like basic things and expectations that I feel like are not, the community is not getting what it should be getting and what was promised. And I'm wondering if there's ways that, what do we need to do to help deliver on that? And I'll give a couple of examples. Is the Stop Finder app. I'm a parent, I use it every day. And I have alerts set, so I know in the morning, when my kids got picked up, when the bus is coming. I would say, anecdotally, 60% of the time, it's actually working, and that I can see the bus, and I know that from conversation with people, that's consistent with a lot of the community. So I'm wondering, is that a problem we have with our vendor? Is that a problem with Pierce not turning something on? How do we make sure that these basic promises that we spent money on this system and we've been waiting, I think this started when I joined the board, so like we're now in the 4th school year that we're talking about Stop Finder. How is it that in the 4th year, it's not working 100% of the time, right? So that's kind of my first question. Second question is, we got a lot of memos over the summer. We saw emails copied with parents about how we were struggling with Pierce. Drivers not doing what they were supposed to do, Pierce not reporting to Ms. Mora when they were supposed to, and I know that there was kind of like a come to God meeting with them as to this is what our expectations are. And I know from the emails we've seen from Ms. Mora, that's not happening. So what can we do do we need to get our attorneys involved? Do we need to be documenting every time that they're not meeting the expectations? Rather, because this is our biggest pain point that we hear, one of the biggest pain points we hear from the community is transportation issues. Right. And we have all of these solutions, but we keep falling back into the same problems. Right. So I guess the question is what do you need? I think I'm speaking for myself, but I think all the board would agree that we have an expectation that these things, at this point, we're not hearing the same thing year after year after year, and the solutions we're paying for get delivered on. So I guess the question is, what do you need from us to deliver on these things?
Yes.
And I give you those two examples, but there's others as well.
Yes, yeah. So I have to say Pierce has been this year, from what Ms. Moore, and I'll let her speak to it as well, Pierce shares some of the same frustrations we do with the drivers. But what we're asking is that they communicate with us because it's not fair to the district either. So I think I'll let you speak.
First, Stop Finder, I understand that it hasn't delivered as it should, even for my expectations. I've been trying to ensure that it's up and running as best as possible. We communicate with Pierce every morning now and get updates on bus changes. They were having issues with their GPS system, so their company that they use, which is Synovia, which was taken over by CalAmp, wasn't performing the way they should, so they had them out to work on their buses. This morning was the first time that I had all of the VIN numbers and coordinates together, so I'm hoping to see going forward that will be better. We have a process in place where they let us know every morning what buses have changed, so if they have a spare bus, and a driver's in a spare bus, we've been changing it in the morning so that we have updates, and I'm hoping to see that improve over time and hopefully shortly.
So if a parent has a different bus, do you send information out saying the GPS isn't working today?
If I know that a GPS is not working, then I do send out communications. This year, I've probably sent out more communications than ever, and I actually found that Parent Square was working better for me in order to get out the communications that I need. Stop Finder is good, but I have to be in front of the computer. I have to be able to send the communication out quickly, and sometimes I'm not able to do that with Stop Finder. Or we do have two-way communication with that, and that I also have to be at my computer in order to see a message come in. So sometimes there's a delay there if I'm not like staring at my computer all day.
And I guess some of the issue too is we have to come to a point where we say, is it worth it? You know, if we're not always getting the information, then is it worth doing this and paying for the service? Because I know other schools also have the same frustration that we have. It takes a while to get the system up into place, but as we continue to purchase more of our own buses, we have more control over it. So I really don't know what it is that the board could do for us.
So my follow-up on that, though, is, you actually said what I was thinking. Okay, how much longer? Is there an alternative? Is it just Stop Finder? Because I know we made an investment. I do not believe, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I don't think it was a huge investment. How much was it? 27,000?
It was 27,000.
So is there another option? What are the other choices? Because I think we're hearing.
It sounds like the issue is that they don't have the right bus linked to the route.
Right, and that's never going to change. That's going to happen every day.
That's going to happen
the
no matter
buses,
what.
like, just my personal experience and my background life is that's going to happen every day. And
No, I understand.
so what are the other choices? And I guess if it's not this, like what do we do? Or do we just come and basically say, it's not worth it, it's not working?
But I think before we go there.
Use the air tag.
I think before, well, I think a lot of people are doing that at this point.
Well,
Like,
if I
think
may-
before we go there, we should try to push to make it successful.
Yes, that's what I'm
buses
trying to
are
do,
gonna
but
change.
if I may say, the $27,000 wasn't just the first Stop Finder app. We did upgrade our system from TransFinder Pro to Plus, which was a change for us as well, so it was upgraded system. And then in that, we also paid for new maps and new geocoding. So the Stop Finder app was only like a piece of that 27,000. Yeah, the Stop
Good
Finder
point.
app.
What are other district, good point, you're right, because that money wasn't just for the app.
Correct.
So what are other districts using? I mean, is there a system that works better that we know someplace else is successful? I'm asking if there's another system that's better.
Right, Stop Finder is part of TransFinder, which we use, and it happens to be a very good routing system that everyone is using. A lot of schools were upgrading at the same time as us, and that was really what took the time. It wasn't really the actual Stop Finder part. It was the transition from one system to the other that took the time. The only other app that I know of that's working, it has the same challenges, is called Here Comes the Bus, which we can actually get. Yeah, we can get Here Comes the Bus, which because Pierce is using Synovia, which is now CalAmp, that is the app that they use.
So that Here Comes the Bus is with that Synovia?
Correct.
So that would be more in line with Pierce's
With
buses?
Pierce.
Do we know what the costs of Here Come the Bus is?
I would have to get some prices. I think that because they have it, the only issue we would have is to get the software that supports it. So, but I don't want to speak 100% on that until I get all my facts, but I will.
I think we should bring it back from this tangent, though, because you're not proposing that it's time to abandon.
No, I would really like to keep trying. The communication has gotten better. Like I said, they were having problems with their GPS units in the actual buses, and I was having problems with getting their GPS coordinates. So as of this morning, I looked, every single bus had coordinates right now. So if their units are working properly, we should be able to see it much more often.
Yeah, just so you know, as far as I know, most parents did not have GPS today.
This morning?
No, all day today. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know anyone who had it. I asked a few people, so.
Did you? Okay, see, but that's information I need to know, because when I see it, I can see that that each VIN number had coordinates, so.
So maybe people can give you some of that feedback over the next few weeks.
100%. I would love feedback, because that's the only way I could find out that it's not working.
Okay.
Just for the board's information, and I don't have any questions further because, and it's further on, we are going to be discussing transportation services and the electrification of our buses at our December budget and facilities meeting. So a lot of the cost-related discussions that were brought up today, I think we'll be addressing. So I'm just telling you guys so that we don't get into that.
So I'm just going to give up my question time because we got kind of sidetracked, but kind of in summary, I think everybody appreciates how much work is going on and how much better things have been in terms of processes and whatnot, but we'd really like to see over the course of this year, at least I would like to see over the course of this year, kind of stronger execution on the details, communication being key. And I know you're communicating once you know, but we have to be like constantly on top of Pierce. And when you find out that they're not communicating, maybe Howard needs to be sending a letter to them every time. Like we must demand that they are telling you the things that they're supposed to be telling you in a timely fashion so that you can get that information to the community. Yeah, and I'll yield to that, Ms. Gilliar.
Do you have meetings with them?
Yes, I've had regular meetings with them to keep them updated.
We just had their safety meeting. I was able to speak to all the drivers again on Friday. I keep open communication with them.
So I just wanted to clarify, when we have the issues that we've been having where the bus is not actually showing on the app, is that entirely a problem on Pierce's end or the way Pierce's software is talking to Stop Finder? I mean, is there anything that we can fix on our end to make it better, or it's really entirely Pierce?
Well, I had a meeting with both tech. So I had a meeting with, I had Synovia Tech Department and TransFinder Tech also. That's why I was hoping that this morning, after we had all the coordinates together, that it was going to be working. I honestly can't say right now. I know that Pierce has been working closely with Synovia because they did have units that were not working. So I'm not sure at this time which end it is.
And Pierce understands our frustration also, and they have been responsive. When I called them in the beginning of the year, we had problems with bus 22, I think it was, right? It was, and Troy himself was out riding a bus, driving a bus, so they do hear us and they hear our frustration, but Robin continues to communicate with them and make sure they understand our expectations.
So it sounds like we're not sure, and maybe they're being cooperative, but maybe something that the board could be keeping in mind is that when this contract comes up, if this becomes something that we want to be standardized on buses, it may be that it's something that we want to work into the contract to make sure that there's actually an obligation on their part to help us make it work. Because I think the whole idea of Stop Finder and providing it to the parents in the community is a great one, right? It creates a lot of safety and security to know where your kid is and be able to track the buses from your standpoint is also really important. So I think pushing forward and trying to get it working would be great. Thank you for all your work.
Also, I think with the stop arm cameras, those have a GPS also with them. So we need to see, how does that work in? Does that have a better ability? What about?
These buses are going to be so wired up that everything is going to be crossed and nothing's going to work.
Yeah, because they get the cameras and GPS when they get bus patrol. But I did bring our contract to my meeting with Pierce, and I had all the different things service-wise that they didn't live up to, especially last year. And we discussed each item with them, and they were pretty clear. They knew that where we stood.
Ms. Alvarez. Yep.
Thank you for everything you do. I noticed, it ties into my question with what everyone's talking about with the GPS and whatnot, but I noticed that one of the requests is a larger space, office space, to grow to 3 to 4. The morning time when buses are going and when the afternoon when buses are leaving, how many people are on staff?
Well, in the beginning of the school year, we had 2 sub-clericals to help out. Otherwise, there's 3 of us. We have the bus dispatcher, myself, and a clerical.
And for the issue with the tracker, the GPS, you kind of mentioned if the bus routes are changed, anything with VIN numbers, you manually have to be at a computer looking at these changes to then fit them into Stop Finder.
Correct.
So at the moment, do you feel fully supported with staff in needs?
At times, it's been a challenge, but for instance, this morning, we had an emergency and the bus dispatcher had to go out to drive. So we were short-staffed. But, when things settle in and we're going through day-to-day activities where it's not the beginning of school, I think that we are doing just fine. And we did have sub-clericals to help, and this was the first week without them.
And this isn't a question of not utilizing the right staff, it's more of on a budget ask of the board. Mr. Smith asked, what can we do? So one of my questions is that ever been presented to the board of needing an additional staff?
And we added, I think, two, over since I've been on the board. And something else, yeah.
Ms. Alvarez, one of the other issues, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Manuel, is that we haven't been able to staff properly, right? We haven't been able to find the staff. Again, I think that...
The location of where we are. I think if we were closer to the expressway, you might have more people signing up and stuff. But
Also, that problem also presents itself when we put out for a bid for our transportation. We only had Pierce actually bid for the work. So to your point, Ms. Gilliard, included in the contract, but when they're the only vendor, it becomes a little bit of a different situation, kind of like, we're kind of at their mercy. Again, though, with regards to the budgetary questions that you have, I agree. I think that there is, and that's why I think we did discuss it at the Budget and Facilities Committee.
To do an overview.
To discuss the transportation services that we provide and how we can better deliver and cost-wise.
Okay.
So
I have a totally different question, but if Ms. Epstein has a similar one. Okay, so for the mechanic request, we currently have 7 buses, you said?
We have 9.
9 buses, and then obviously several district-owned vehicles. What is currently happening now when they need maintenance?
We have 35, right? 35 vehicles, maintenance vehicles. Currently, we have to work off of our state contract, and that is a shop in Freeport. So we have to bring our vehicles to Freeport in order to get them maintenance. The buses are maintained at Jericho School District. So we bring them to two different locations.
So something also that could potentially go to budget during the transportation.
Right.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, can I just ask a quick follow-up on Sandra's, because she raised a really good point about staff, and Sandra, you don't know this because, as you always say, you're new. We added a dispatcher 2 years ago, and I think it's really almost this year. The first year we couldn't fill the position. The second year the dispatcher was riding on buses as a matron, and now we just heard that the dispatcher is running routes. So I'm wondering, is that something that maybe we should stop considering the dispatcher as being a flex player and really not view that as a tool anymore? And say that when this dispatcher is here, this is the dispatcher, and when we're short a position somewhere, we don't say, oh, this person is a flex player, and we look at other tools, because if we needed a dispatcher, it means we needed a dispatcher. And that has been something I've been very concerned with all along, is that we don't, well, that's a different question, but maybe we don't have the right planning for how we're substituting for those positions. Yeah.
Well, we are trying to have sub-drivers. So where this situation happened, if we had someone who was almost like a permanent sub, they could jump on that. But if she hadn't done this today, we would have had a student who was stranded.
So it's one student. I just want to understand, like, is this a private school route? Is it just a
special needs?
Okay, special needs.
So Brian wanted to speak.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention both of those things. Yesterday at Budget and Facilities, we presented an ROI.
Just, if you don't mind the microphone, just for the community.
Sorry. Yesterday at Budget and Facilities, we did an ROI representation on in-house versus contractors. We have that similar mechanism for the in-house repairs versus the vehicle repairs that we've been sending out. We've been tracking it for the last year. So at December, when we meet at Budget and Facilities, we'll be able to review that. It's going to show there's significant savings. That's going to present potentially, our request for that ROI to support a mechanic, and the mechanic would certainly be potential to be a backup driver and not impact the dispatcher. That's something that we're looking at.
It's a legitimate question, because I guess my point is that when one position in the district is, when someone's not there, we don't, Miss Manuel isn't going to go cook lunch if someone in the cafeteria doesn't show up, right?
Well,
So,
if I had to, I
but
would.
but you know what?
I've done it before in a former district. I know our.
So I stand corrected. But, you know, that seems like it's a very important position. That's why we funded it. So I feel
It
like
is.
we should be making sure that it's being used for that role.
We just filled our last full-time driver position, and he started on Monday. Yesterday was his first day. So he's been going out on the routes. I was hesitant to give him a permanent route so that I could use him as a sub-driver. That was my plan.
Did you want to speak about Beacon?
Yeah, I did want to speak about, just to go back on contractors, that after our meeting with Pierce, I also was able to meet with Beacon Mobility, who is the contractor who took over Dell, and we had a very productive meeting. We spoke about them taking on extra routes for us, and we actually had a situation with BOCES Transportation where they cannot provide a bus that they were supposed to provide, and I was able to go straight to them, and they have agreed to put on an extra vehicle for us starting October 1st. And they also are willing to look at taking over extra routes if we need them to. So we established a really great relationship there.
Great. Thank you very much. Unless Ms. Epstein.
I'm just going to prepare us for our December transportation meeting. So thank you for going through all of this and for all of the work that you've been doing. Ms. Manuel, so a lot of this comes down to finances, right? This is a huge financial undertaking, having to hire all of these people working with a contractor. We can't often find many people to bid this contract out. And in your presentation, and we now have to have this electrification in the back of our heads, right? Whether we want to accept it or not. In your presentation here, you talk about, and you have been moving in that direction of in-house fleet or a hybrid of some sort. I guess my question would be is when we come to the transportation discussion in December, it would probably, if everyone agrees, behoove us to have some sort of financials of what that really looks like, of a hybrid versus a, or moving our fleet, you know, having a full in-house fleet. Just from a financial standpoint to see, because we know that something like that is not going to take place overnight. And I know, again, you're doing it one bus at a time, but it may need to be something that as we see some of these problems growing and maybe we need to become more responsible and in charge of these issues, that we may need to escalate some of this or prioritize differently or look for additional grants or expedite our grant process for electrification buses, even to start bringing them in so that those can at least be as part of our group if we're going to be doing an in-house. So if anyone thinks that that's not appropriate, you can stop me. But I think it would be helpful to have a productive conversation to start looking at that long-term. What does it look like financially, hybrid versus in-house fleet, or continuing the way we are?
Okay, thank you.
Great. So nobody else has questions? Okay, thank you very much for coming back. I have a feeling we'll be seeing more of you. And I apologize for some of the more, I guess, Inquisition style questions, but I think that it's not directed at you. It's just frustration that the board has from the feedback we get from the community. And I know you guys are working unbelievably hard, and we do appreciate that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're now going to move on to our last top discussion item of the evening. We're far from finished. This is our board goals discussion, which is happening a little bit later in the year than it typically does, but we wanted to make sure we went through the process and did it correctly. Before we go into board goals, et cetera, one thing that's very important is making sure that the board's goals are aligned with the superintendent's goals, which are aligned with the various goals throughout the district. So with that in mind, we wanted to invite Dr. Hines to speak a little bit about his goals for the school year so that we can use that to inform our conversation regarding board goals. And I believe you are prepared to do that. So this is a conversation now of the board. We're going to try to keep this as an open conversation and speak directly, like I think has been successful in the past. So.
Okay, so let me begin with I think you have two documents from me. One is a draft form of a strategic plan that would enter now and then move toward 2029. And you'll notice there are 4 different components. Curriculum, instruction, and assessment. Component 2 will be facilities and operations. Component 3, belonging. And component 4 has to do with communication. As with the last strategic plan that we have, or had, I should say, there are multiple sub-goals that you'll see. And what we did over the summer with our administrators is we rolled over some of the sub-goals from the previous strategic plan, but we've incorporated some new ones. I'm not going to go through each one of them because that'll take all night. But it's important that you see we have 26 total sub-goals that I'm recommending to you. The reason why I'm mentioning that now, because my priorities have to focus on 3 different areas. The first one is to implement and roll out this new comprehensive strategic plan. And part of my measurable outcomes that I'm asking the board to consider is to allow me to complete the timeline for the 4 components in this plan. So some of these sub-goals will take 1 year, some will take multiple years. And so what I'd like to do is to create a timeline. You'll notice it's blank. And I would come up with dates where I think we can complete them. The second would have a target of completing 25% of the sub-goals within 2 years. I think it's important that, again, there's some flexibility as far as how long some of these sub-goals will take. Certainly we have to budget for some of them, and then working with our principals and directors to execute them as well. And then, of course, what I'd like to do is to update the status of each sub-goal as I did in previous years by the end of May of '25, and to give the board enough time to understand where we are at that present moment and to keep doing that year after year, of course. The second has to do with developing and rolling out the investigation to reimagine middle school education. And again, with this particular priority, there would be 3 measurable outcomes. And if the board would allow me, I prepared it's not really a statement, but I wanted to be comprehensive in what I'm sharing with you because it somewhat differs than what I shared with you a few months ago. So if you would allow me. Over the past few weeks, I have engaged in discussions with 5th and 6th grade teachers, as well as various stakeholders within our school community regarding our initiative to reimagine middle school education. And I really am. I'm very grateful for the feedback of my presentation. And trust me, I have received a lot of feedback. I have tried to be thoughtful as I've reflected on the work that lies ahead. And it is really imperative that we remain focused on how our district can effectively support students during these critical years of development. Now, I understand any new proposal, particularly one that could affect over 2/3 of our school district, may encounter some skepticism and concerns regarding its feasibility. And as we move forward, I am hopeful that our conversations remain open-minded. Now, the landscape of education and the way schools operate has seen little transformation over the past century. And I've said this many times, particularly when in contrast to the rapid advancements in fields such as automotive technology, aviation, healthcare, and digital communication. The stagnation of educational methods and structures is not a localized issue. It resonates throughout New York and indeed, I think, across this globe. The significance of middle-level education cannot be overstated, especially considering the profound cognitive, social, emotional, and physical changes that adolescents undergo during grades 5 and 6. This transitional period is vastly different from both elementary and high school, often serving as a pivotal time when students begin to assess their potential for success. Now, as you may be aware, the New York State Education Department, their Blue Ribbon Commission on Graduation Measures, has recently announced forthcoming changes to graduation requirements, which are slated for approval by the Board of Regents next month. And this really is a crucial development, signaling the beginning of necessary reforms that will enable education to keep pace with the transformations observed in other sectors. The forthcoming Board of Regents changes will have significant impact on middle-level education, and we are committed to ensuring that we are proactive in adapting to these shifts. In light of my extensive conversations over the past few weeks, I've made the decision, and I'm recommending to the board, to establish a single committee tasked with thoroughly investigating the financial and infrastructural requirements necessary to accommodate the potential of 800 students at Sousa. Details regarding the middle level, that's what I'm calling it, middle level budget and facilities committee, not to be confused with the regular building and facilities committee that the board has, will be communicated to the community next week, inviting those interested to participate. The committee will comprise of administrators, trustees, educators, and community members, as I've shared before, and I anticipate that our collaborative efforts will produce a comprehensive understanding of our potential next steps. I share that with you because part of my priority, well, one of my priorities has to do with reimagining middle school education. So the measurable outcomes that I'm proposing to the board is to create and supervise this one committee to investigate financial and infrastructural structural requirements for the potential of this intermediate school. I'd like to provide a status update each month to the Board of Education and the public. And then third, have a recommendation for the board based on this committee work. And then finally, I think it's no secret that we do have a district-wide portrait of a graduate, and maybe a somewhat semi-secret that we have a 5th grade and an 8th grade portrait of a graduate as well. This will be the third priority that I recommend to the board. And the measurable outcomes will be to work with principals to measure progress of each portrait. The second one would be to create a plan to communicate each portrait to the elementary and secondary communities. And then finally, display portraits in each of the classrooms and main office so everybody has a very clear understanding of what our North Star is throughout the school district. So those are the 3 priorities that I recommend to the board to consider, coupled with the draft of the new strategic plan, which I really do believe aligns with the work that we are committed to doing together. And then we can talk about certainly what the board's goals are, and hopefully they're all pointing in the same direction. Thank you.
Because I think there's a couple of ways. I'm going to try to make this informal so we can all just kind of chat about it. You know, obviously the object of today's meeting is to, or today's discussion item is to adopt board goals. We certainly don't have to adopt them today. We can adopt them at the next meeting if we decide that it needs more work, and I have a feeling it will because I see a lot of stares around the table. But we can also give some, I think we can give some feedback as well on the superintendent goals, or we can talk about how to align our board goals with the superintendent goals. I will say personally that looking at this district strategic plan, a lot of it is very similar to what we've been talking about. So I think that it does make a lot of sense to have board goals that align with this document. It's consistent with a lot of the conversations and questions that trustees have asked. I will also say that I do think our concept last year of having very few and broader board goals that the superintendent goals aligned to made a lot of sense. I think it was much more manageable. So I'll put out there that I like that. The superintendent priorities, again, I think is generally consistent with conversations that we've had up until now. Obviously the middle school, you know, when Dr. Hines had brought that to the board's attention in July, the first meeting, we did, you know, I'm sorry, yes, but when we had the big presentation, you're absolutely right, February, but when we had the big conversation at Sousa was in July, and Dr. Hines, I think, did make it clear that if we did go ahead with that and the board did say yes at that time, this would be one of his big priorities. So I don't think we should be surprised about that. Obviously, there's a little bit of a change in the structure of the approach, which maybe is a good thing because it sounds like you got feedback from different teachers, and we're kind of, I don't want to say pumping the brakes, but taking a different approach to how to look at it, which I think is a good thing. But I will, that's kind of just my brainstorm ideas, but I want to open this up to everybody. So just don't raise your hands, guys. Let's just try to.
Can I just chime in for a little bit? Okay, so I think what you're trying to do is kind of merge our board goals with the superintendent priorities conversation. I think I just heard you say that we talked about maybe repeating our goals from last year seem to kind of still be in line with the strategic plan, and if we were to just continue, because the strategic plan.
I didn't say that, but I do think that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I swear I thought I heard that. But I think that the strategic plan really hasn't changed. I mean, it still has the curriculum, instruction and assessment, facilities and operations, belonging and communication, which is what our goals were last year as well, right? I think my question for us is this. Procedurally, the superintendent is proposing his priorities to the Board of Education, and procedurally, the Board of Education kind of needs to approve the superintendent's priorities so that he can proceed with his work. One of his priorities is to implement the strategic plan, the updated strategic plan that he worked with his administrative team over the summer. So I think question one is, do any of us have any issues with him working on part one, right? Now, and I appreciate, Dr. Hines, that it gave us the measurable outcomes, because that's been one of our discussions over the past years is, you have a priority, how are you being measured? And so you've given us measurable outcomes. I would like to propose to the rest of us that we set up a meeting with Dr. Hines when we discussed this, I think, at the end of last year, is by actually taking the rubric that we use in super eval, that we do the superintendent's evaluation at the end of the year, and actually agree together the measurable outcomes and put dates, because I think that helps you and it helps us as well. Because, for instance, in your implement and roll out the district-wide strategic plan, you'd like to give an update by May 2025. But in the second priority that you have, there isn't a date. You say provide a date for each month to the BOE, but then have a recommendation from the board based on committee work by, is it June? Is it July? Is it May? Is it February? Again, that's a detail that I think we as a board should all agree on these dates with you, so that we're all on the same page and we don't have question marks going forward. So process-wise, I think the first question for us as a board is, are we okay with the priorities of the superintendent? And if so, how do we blend our goals with the superintendent's priorities? That's what I think, how we proceed.
That's a more succinct way of saying what I was trying to get at.
I'm older than you.
So, yes, so I guess the first question is, are we all in agreement with the superintendent priorities? And everyone chime in.
Okay, I'll put my mic, sorry. I thought you were asking Ms.
So, I'm sorry, what, Deb?
I personally think that if you work on the strategic plan, like, that's the whole kit and caboodle, right? Like, that's the prize right there. It's still on, okay. So, like, I don't see how you fit anything else in if you're doing that full time, right? Like, that's a massive undertaking, is working on our strategic plan. Number one. Number two.
Wait, Nan, I'm sorry, but what I think I know, but I just, again, this is conversation, this isn't, but what I think was pointed out is that not all of it would get done within the year, right? So
yes,
you're saying massive undertaking, I just want us to remember that.
100%. 100%. Personally, this is just I don't know, this just is how my brain works. I feel like I want number 2 to be number 3, number 3 to be number 2. Just because it's, as I've said, and as I said in July.
I agree with that. Just the
Right. As I said in July, the most important thing is we're educating our students that are currently in our K-12 buildings, pre-K-12 buildings, and we need to continue to really execute well on that and continue to grow with that. So while I believe that, and I said this in July as well, I love that you have brought to this community looking and analyzing at everything that we do and how we can improve, which is a gift for our Port Washington students. But I know it's silly, I think it should be number 3. But I have a question. I'm not sure I understand the thought process of step 1 of this being investigate financial and infrastructural requirements. That I'm
3 years. The fact that we've spent the past even 3 months talking about it and people are talking about it, that to me is a step in the right direction. That's why I think this is so important.
I just want to say one thing off of that, and then Rachel. When you had originally presented this to us, I think you basically said what you just said.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of the journey as part of the process. The journey is the destination and all of that. So, and that resonated with me, that I think that, to your point, it's not an indictment on Sousa, it's not an indictment on Weber. Obviously, we know those are both great schools, but we know that there's challenges with that age cohort. And not at Sousa, but 5th, 6th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, and 5th grade, I think, around the district. How do we not give up on that whole process of finding what those changes are, understanding what we need to change if all we're going to look at is the infrastructure and the costs? I think I have the same concern that Nan has, is are we now going to put the effort into the building and not into the problem and the solution?
Totally. So my answer to that is, quite simply, because this is my concern too. I thought about this. If and when we move, well, not if and when we move forward with this committee, does everything then die in the vine and we don't do anything? That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen, because this should be, and I know it is important for this board, and I embedded it in my priorities. So I can tell you right now, when I met with the teachers, and certainly when I meet with my team and the administrators, something has to happen, right? Something has to happen. Listen, and I can tell you right now, what some people don't like to talk about is the possibility of departmentalizing. I'm not saying we're doing this in 5th grade, but that's a change. If we did that in 5th grade across all the schools, that's a significant change. We don't have that conversation, I don't think, until we have this conversation. So the fact that we're doing that is a good thing. 6th grade. 6th grade, I think there are a lot of things we could potentially do that we wouldn't typically do, but because we're having this conversation, that may happen. So I don't think this is going away just by having this one committee. But I do believe, for those I spoke to, they would like to see what that looks like first before we...
So Dr. Hines, does this mean that you... Wait.
No, it's Rachel's turn. I literally interrupted her, and she...
Don't make it a long speech.
And now it's going to be twice as long, just...
Wait, I thought this was about board goals, though.
It is, but this
okay.
But this is a big part of it.
Because typically, the board sets the goals, and then I would set my priorities, and then, right? So I feel like
we're doing it backwards. Over the last few years, we've changed. We've tried 4 different processes, but this year we're going to try this one.
Some of us agree with you that this was a weird way to do it. So I kind of agree with where Nan was heading to. When I hear you talk about the purpose of, I'm on number 2, sorry, about the purpose, right? And I look at this title, Reimagining Middle School Education, I'm on board, right? Because I think it's always good to dream and to think about how we could do something better or differently. But I think, as I'm then looking at your A under this, I've been sitting here thinking about how you teach children to be creative and how to think out of the box. And a fundamental of that is that how you pose the question really matters, because you can circumscribe the answer in the way you pose the question. So like if you tell a child, invent a new toothbrush, or if you tell a child, invent a new way to clean your teeth. These are 2 very different questions, and you're going to get a much broader solution if you pose it the second way. And so as I'm looking at this, reimagining middle school education, that's the question I want posed, right? That's the question that I want our educators working on, is what problems do we have in this age range and how can we solve them? And I think that's what you were going for at first, and I understand there's been some pushback. This second question, investigating the infrastructure and the financial requirements for an intermediate school, that's how do you make a better toothbrush? And I don't think we want to make a better toothbrush. We want to figure out a better way to do this age range of schooling. And I think that was a really admirable and lofty goal that you were bringing to us. I see the counters that people are saying about needing to know for sure, but, and I really don't mean this as snarky as it's going to come out, but I feel like I can answer this question right now. We can't afford it, and they don't fit at SUSA, right? Done. The committee's over. And I don't think we want that to be over at that point. I think we really actually want to take a close look at this age range. So I support that broad idea of doing it, but I think how this is worded is not really what we want to be getting to. I think the title is what we really want to be getting to.
So thank you, Rachel, Ms. Gilliard, whatever, and Ms. Melkonian, because you said exactly the things that I was thinking from the time we began discussing this, when I said, aren't we going to try to figure out what's going on with this set of kids, to identify the issues first, and then try to figure out if those issues can be resolved within the current structure, because that's what we have right now. And if they're so dire, if these issues are so dire, we don't have time to waste in the meantime to figure out if within the next 3 years we're going to completely rearrange the structure. And so my comment in, I guess it was July or August, was while you are investigating an alternative type of school, can we also investigate ways to make things better now? Because we don't want to, if there are things that are wrong, we don't want to just let those things sit there while we're trying to figure out how to change paths. So I actually like what Ms. Gilliard said about reimagining what middle school would look like, which could include keeping the structure the same way if we can identify the issues that are off and fix them within the current structure. And so I had asked about whether we were going to hire a consultant, somebody who has done this in a school district, who had been part of a school district, because I'm at the internet's a dangerous place. I went on, I researched my own, and there were 5 to 6 schools that opened and then they closed. They didn't work. And so I would hate to see that happen here. So somebody who's been through the paces, somebody who's rearranged the grades, who's reevaluated buildings, things like that. Somebody who's done this before to guide this district. I know all of the teachers and whoever you would put on a committee would be well-meaning, but I firmly believe that somebody with experience in this would be very helpful. Whichever way we start, whether we start to do can we even afford to do this? Somebody who's been that route to help us understand really what are we looking at, all the different permutations and ramifications, unintended negative consequences. They've been there, they've done it, they know it. So those are my feelings all jumbled together. I have, really 3 things: investigate alternatives given our current structure, investigate reimagining, if we have to change it, we're reimagining what a 4th school that our kids would be. Actually, preschool might be one school, then our kids go through K through, I guess, 4, then they're going through 5 and 6, then they're going from 7 to 9, then they're going to high school. So that's 5 schools for kids, some kids. Before we do all that, just make sure it's really the right thing for all of them.
So I was just trying to kind of bring us back, and I knew what everybody else was thinking, and I understand the whole concept about, your goal is reimagine middle school education, and yet you've made it a measurable outcome that is monetary, a budgetary conversation and structure, infrastructure. But to me, it sounds like what came first, the chicken or the egg. I also heard you say definitively, and you've said it to the board in other forms of communication, that you can't get a committee together or people to work on the reimagining part of it until you've been told, until we can be can we pay for it? I mean, don't waste our time is what you've been told by people. The people that need to do the work are telling you, don't waste our time if we can't afford it. So while we could get a consultant, and board, I want to remind us, we had a DEI committee, and some of us sat on that DEI committee and got a lot of feedback from staff members who said you wasted our time on it. We had a vision and mission committee also. We went through this process where we had a lot of staff members sitting on committees that felt that they were doing a lot of work and devoting a lot of time, and there really wasn't an outcome that they were happy with. So I think I heard the superintendent telling us, I can't get this to get to the next level if I can't get this committee first. Because if I remember back in July, you had a whole list of committees that you would like to put together. That was the presentation you made to us in July. And since July, you've had meetings and you've gotten pushback and people are telling you, give us one committee. So my question that I was going to ask before is, do you think it's possible that we could get a second committee? Do you think that you can get a few people together to actually start doing the pedagogical type of curricular brainstorming that you're hearing us kind of say, we'd like to see more of that? I guess that's as trying to find a middle ground, okay? That was what I was trying to get to, but I got not allowed to speak. So do you think that's possible, Dr. Hine? No. Don't talk. Do you think that it's possible to just try to maybe meet somewhere in the middle? That I understand why you are asking for this one committee. I read the memos, I got it. But can we get perhaps a few people to work on something? Do you think you could find that and include that as a priority? Because you said it was also a measurable outcome and it wasn't listed as a measurable outcome. So could we add that as a measurable outcome?
I typically don't do this, but I'd like to think about that. I think it's a really good suggestion. If the board would allow me a few days to chew on that, I'll get back to you.
Okay. So, you sure can.
Is it something about the same topic? Okay. So I'm new, trying to understand the process. I did think it was about board goals, not your priorities, but since we reversed it, I'm trying to understand, and I mean it genuinely, one, process, and two, like the right approach with this. But in looking at the potential board goals of what it was last year, and where this specific one fits in, it obviously can fit in on the first board goal of striving for excellence, right? The only thing for me that I think it's obvious that's kind of an issue with majority of the board was that it's a budget ask. It's not necessarily a board goal of striving for excellence. It is striving to know an answer on a budget ask. So that's where I'm just missing the need for it to be a measurable. I know that it would in the future be striving for excellence to make the change to be having an intermediate school. But for me to understand how we evaluate you for the year, it would be not something that I can really measure because, like some people said, that could just take 1 month for a committee to look at, even budget committee, not to put more on us, but even to look at and prioritize for this year, just even in budget committee, to have it listed there instead of a measurable goal to evaluate the superintendent. That's where I'm struggling to see how it fits in with our board goals, but yeah. With that specific one, yes.
So I appreciate, and I'm going to kind of follow up on what Ms. Faye said, and I hear what you're also saying, Ms. Alvarez. First and foremost, it sounds like, as a board, at least, we appreciate the develop and roll out investigation, the actual goal or priority. Am I hearing that priority to develop and roll out the investigation? And the hang up for us is in the measurable outcome, right? So to take your point, if we were striving for excellence as our board goal 1, and the superintendent priority is to develop and roll out the investigation to reimagine middle school education, the beauty of measurable outcomes to me is that, and I'm going to even go back to further, when this board went to you and said, we'd like to talk about the middle school, right? We talk about K through 5 a lot, we talked about preschool, we've talked about the high school. We'd like to talk about the middle school. And this is what you brought us. I don't think that we should, I think that it's wonderful that you gave us 3 measurable outcomes today. And I do think it's wonderful that if you do in 1 month say, oh, I did it and we can't financially do what I'm trying to reimagine. Your priority is still to reimagine middle school education. And that still falls under our board goal of striving for excellence. The only difference is that measurable outcome, you're just going to report to the board and say, I did it and it didn't work. Or it did work, whatever the certificate, but if it didn't work, but I would like to still continue on this pathway of reimagining, and I have still 10 more months to do it. And so maybe 10 more months is I'm not building a school or I'm not rejiggering and redistricting, but I'm just working internally on what we need to do, and I'm going back to the drawing board. So I think the issue I'm hearing, at least from the board, is we're getting hung up on the measurable outcomes, thinking that, okay, well, if you do that measurable outcome and you finish it, then you've got nothing else to do the rest of the year. Congratulations, right? And realistically, we should just send you back to the drawing board to say, can you continue to reimagine? This is a priority that's ongoing. Maybe I'm looking at this wrong. Nanette, I see you have a comment for it.
Now that you followed up with the second part, right, yes, I'm okay.
So I guess that's where I am is I think our board goals last year really were very simple and complete and can easily implement or incorporate any of the 3 priorities. If we are in agreement with the 3 priorities that they're laid out, and it's the measurable outcomes that we have a problem with, it would be my recommendation that if this board agrees that they want to start with our board goals, see how these priorities fit underneath there, and maybe part 2 of this conversation in October, giving you time to chew on it, would be the measurable outcome aspect of it all. What? No, and I'm saying, so now let's go back to Ms. Bay's presentation of how the process works, right? First, we all sit here and we say, do we like these priorities that the superintendent has presented? The priorities, not the outcomes. If, by chance, we think that's great, the next question would be, how are we all feeling about board goals? Do we like from last year? Do we want to modify them? And if we do like and only are tweaking or modifying slightly or not at all, how are we putting these priorities underneath here? And then part 3 of the conversation would be, let's do a deeper dive on some of these measurable outcomes if we have a problem with them.
So I think that the way you just posed it is correct. I think that overall we should be asking ourselves, are we in agreement on the priorities and do they blend in with the goals? I do think as far as the measurable outcomes discussion is, I think that does fall in line with what I suggested earlier, is where we sit with SuperEval, because that's where the measurable outcomes need to go. They don't go into our board goals document. They don't really go into the superintendent's priorities. The agreement the board has to have is amongst ourselves with the superintendent. Does not have to be at a nightly meeting. It could be a meeting that we set up.
So just so this, I agree with you completely. So this doesn't go on forever. Can I get it? We have 2 things we kind of have to get a sense of the board on. Number 1 is, are we generally in alignment with the superintendent's priorities, not necessarily the measurable outcomes, but basically 1, 2, 3, and 4, 1, 2, and 3, with 2 and 3, I think, being switched. And then question 2, and really the primary question is, what do we want to do about our board goals? And I want to just, we had 3 goals last year, which were support and continue to strive for excellence for our students, staff, and community while fulfilling our mission and vision and portrait of a graduate. Number 2 was continue to create and strengthen a positive school culture and climate among our staff and students. And number 3 is continue to strengthen and improve communication with parents, guardians, and community as partners in education. I actually think that a lot of the things that we've been talking about still fall under those goals. I mean, even like the transportation conversation we just had falls largely under the communication and partnership, right? Because that's where the issues are. To Sandra's point, this reimagining middle school education could easily fall under the goal 1 of striving for excellence. So, and I know, you know, this board, which was 6 of 7 people, so I think actually, Sandra, we'd love to hear what you think about them, because you're the only person who wasn't part of this process. We were all together for 3 years when we did these, and I think that they were kind of the culmination of a lot of trial and error and experience and working with the superintendent. I think they were very good goals, which is why I wanted to bring these as a kind of a starting point. So let's maybe do that question second. Can we go ahead? Yeah.
So the only thing I wanted to ask was on the I'm okay with the superintendent priorities as it may have been tweaked a little bit through this conversation. My only question is, last year, one of your priorities was to balance humanities opportunities for students. Is that no longer a priority? Because I don't see it in the strategic plan.
But that's where we should ask for it then.
So that's why I'm asking, has it, so
You know,
you like it because it was also your question?
Just to answer Deb's question, just because it's not mentioned doesn't mean that we're not paying attention to it. So Sean and I, Dr. Feeney and I spoke offline many times about humanities and looking to augment what we have already. So yeah, I want to be very clear. I don't want the board to think that this is all I'm doing for this year and then we're not going to pay attention to anything else, you know. Especially if it was recorded last year as a priority, it doesn't automatically go into the ether and we don't pay attention to it.
Okay, thank you. So therefore, I'm okay with the strategic plan. I'm okay with the priorities as we've kind of tweaked. And I loved our board goals last year. Am I not?
No, you keep
Oh, good.
going.
And so I'm in favor of reinstating them this year because I think that these are goals that boards should always have. And our superintendent priorities mesh with those as we evolve.
I'm in agreement with Deborah. I want to just add, though, I would like to see balanced humanities opportunities for all students incorporated into our strategic plan.
So on the superintendent priorities here, and that fell off, and I think many of us would like to see that stay on somewhere.
So, yeah,
in the strategic plan,
I'd like to see it added in. You know, if it's done in 3 years, I'm not saying it has to get done this year, but I think it needs to be kept in our strategic plan. So I am in agreement with that.
So I will also agree with all of that, and I'm going to piggyback even further on the balanced humanities opportunities and go specific in the strategic plan. I feel like I'm playing a game of something. I'll buy a vial or something. High school and middle school curricular scaffolding that we've talked about, which is that balancing of the humanities. So our strategic plan seems to be rather specific. It would be nice if the specifics of that could include, and if I'm, so go ahead, Deb. Buy a bell.
you just reminded me about the transition. We had also talked about transition work.
Yes.
So
that would be that kind of thing, like building that in. And last but not least, my only other thing that I would suggest is we spent a lot of time talking about transportation, and I don't see it anywhere on our facilities and operations strategic plan. And I think transportation has a long-term effect, even with electrification of buses and things and things of that nature. Because remember, it wouldn't be a board meeting if I didn't say, the strategic plan is the story, and then it tells us how we spend our money, right? So that's what we need to, I always say that. So, yes, so that's, I'll concur.
RG?
So, I mean, just a suggestion, but I kind of think that maybe we should allow the superintendent to treat these priorities like a draft, since we're doing this kind of backwards, and that we have a continuing conversation in the next meeting
That
about
is the
what other
intention.
measurables and what other priorities are being added, because I think there are a bunch in this document that probably we would want to add back in.
This document that you see with the superintendent priorities, in my vision of how this is go, we'll get this again.
In October.
If we stick with these goals, we'll get this again with these bullet points changed.
Right. That's exactly what I'm thinking too. In terms of, I guess, starting with our goals, I do think that these are good, broad, overarching goals. I think our goal number one of striving for excellence should actually literally always be our goal number one, because we're a school district and that's what we should be going for in every single thing we do. And I say that with all kinds of assumptions about what excellence means for reaching every kid with what they need, et cetera, et cetera. But I think we've all had that conversation and we're all there on what we mean by striving for excellence. So I'm good with our goals. I do think that we need more priorities underneath those goals too. And in terms of the priority number 3 on the superintendent priorities currently, I think I don't fully understand what that would be and what the implications would be of this portrait, because this seems like a very small thing, unless you're assuming there's a lot of implications to these portraits, which I suspect is what you're thinking. So I think it's not represented here necessarily, but if you could talk a little bit more about what you're thinking about these portraits and why this is something that should be a priority and why it will change anything.
So a lot of work went into, and forget the district-wide one, well, it's not really the district, it really is the end goal of our high school students. It's one thing to have it displayed or to discuss, it's another thing to have it live and breathe within the classrooms, right? And we want to not just focus on our high school kids, we want to make sure it's happening very early on, backward design from seniors all the way down to pre-K, right? This, in my estimation, it gives us a targeted approach. And I know in many cases, we're doing this already. I can't tell at this moment if it's happening in every classroom in every school. So if our North Star is our portrait of a graduate for our seniors, we should have semi-North Stars for that pre-K through 5 experience, and the same thing 6 through 8. And I do believe if you look at all those attributes and you look at the medallions that they came up with, those are skills that we need to continue to develop and to focus on. So for me, that really is the deep work that has to take place. And if it's not prioritized, then I don't know if it's necessarily happening consistently. That's the reason why.
So I guess I don't understand why it's a superintendent priority as opposed to something that we would be asking our middle school level and our elementary principals to be working on.
Yeah, the point would be, I'm asking them to make that a hyper focus. And just to go back to the strategic plan, by the way, because now I think we added 1 or 2, which is great. I mean, this document should be flexible. It's in draft form. All of the things that you see there, it's not just the 9 measurable outcomes. You have 28 other ones that are taking place too. I don't want us to get lost in just the 3 that I am sharing with you right now under the 3 priorities. So for a total of 9, we're looking at well over, at this point, 30 plus, right? Measurable outcomes over 5 years. That's a lot. And I think if we start expanding that more, then we weaken, the energies will be too fractured, I think, to get things done. That's my concern.
I also really, I think this board spent 3 years really trying to get really good at our own goals. And I think we really got somewhere last year. What I'm concerned about is it looks like if we're maintaining them, it looks like, well, does that mean we didn't accomplish them last year? Kind of like the same thing. This is really long-term. right, it's not really goals from last year, these are long-term goals. So, and I think they're really lofty and really, really reflect what our district is trying to achieve. So, and continuing to work on and has achieved in lots of wonderful ways. So I'm good with our board goals. And I agree that there's tweaking and more conversation that can be had, and completely recognize that this is not the only thing happening in this district. There's not a shot. So, yeah, we can talk about what that looks like. So I am in support of moving ahead with all of that.
Well, Sandra, you get to decide what time we'll go home now.
So let me get my notes. I'm kidding. So I am good with the board goals, with the listed 3 priorities. The one comment, and humanity somehow got back on. So the one comment is the graduation rates. So I happen to be at convocation, which you showed a screenshot of how amazing we did in this past June. And that's amazing, like kudos to the district, everything. But I also happened to be at a conference where I heard another superintendent say that one of their goals was graduation rates. And when they hit those graduation rates and they kept hitting them and they kept hitting them, they looked at something different than graduation rates. They looked at where the students were, I'm trying to find the right wording of what they said, but pretty much, I know the blue ribbon is going to give recommendations. Maybe Ms. Epstein can help with what they said, but they looked at the APs, they looked at where those students were ending throughout high school through accelerated courses, but not necessarily just graduation rates because you hit those. So I don't know where that can end up. I mean, I do know where it would be in the strategic plan and the curriculum instruction assessment, but that would just be my only wish list. Or just kind of question of, can we add something more than just graduation rate? Aside from obviously everything else you listed, but it's on.
I think it's a great suggestion. So, listen, and it does fall under excellence, right? So I shared with the board Dr. Baer's goals, Ms. Javelin's goals, right? So we're never going to forget about graduation rates. That'll always be a priority, certainly systemically. But listen, I love the idea. If the board wants to focus on, how we're faring with our AP scores, if we want to have more 4s and than we did last year, where 2s to 3s, 3s to 4s, and showing growth over time. I think that's a really good thing, because if we're paying attention to those things, at some point we're going to have to pay attention to other things that we're not paying attention to at middle school and certainly at the elementary school too. So I think it's great.
Yeah, I don't think Sandra's not saying that that's a directive specifically.
Oh, yeah. No,
what she's saying is that now that we've hit a very high graduation rate, we have to figure out what does that mean.
It was actually specific. I'm pretty sure they looked at regents, and then they looked at what level, and they looked at subgroups. So it wasn't necessarily graduate, but the blue ribbon is changing. So again, this might be too soon.
So I do think that I'm sorry, the suggestion doesn't really, just to help, that could be a committee discussion and a presentation at perhaps the curriculum committee. I do think also that before we start jumping and saying we hit our graduation rates, we had 1 year, board, 1 year, and it has been on the uprise, but I think we need to make sure that we're sustaining our numbers, and that statistically, I think we need to just make sure that it's a little bit of a longer process.
I think we should kind of wrap that we've kind of agreed on the board goals. I think the superintendent now, so let's take this as that we got the sense of the board. Everyone is generally aligned with the board goals. At our next meeting, the superintendent will come back with this same presentation from last year, with some of the feedback from today incorporated, new superintendent priorities, and the strategic plan, what feedback he wants to take from what we've given, and then what isn't included. I guess you'll explain why you didn't include it or not. Is that okay with everyone, or we can close the discussion?
Until.
No. Okay.
And maybe I'm reading into what Ms. Alvarez said, but I actually thought that you were making a slightly more complex point than it was interpreted as, and a very interesting point, right? Because if graduation rates were worthy of being a district goal, I thought what Ms. Alvarez was saying is if we have hit graduation rates and obviously if we sustain it, we've solved one piece of the puzzle, but we then could also be taking a closer look at the kind of at-risk groups of students and making sure that they are obtaining access to all the programs and educational opportunities along the way in a way that has equity. Is that what you were getting at, or am I reading into you?
She didn't say that.
I didn't say at risk, but I did say subgroups, which is a different name. Sorry, subgroups.
Sorry.
And they look specifically at the subgroups and the regions, the type of regions they were getting by subgroup.
And all of our graduation rate data is always presented with subgroups, including at convocation. I think that was a highlight. I don't think you were there, Rachel.
What?
No, you weren't. Yeah, but I think we should. Correct. That's what I was going to say. Is we've always followed graduation rates in curriculum committee. That's where we kind of started the conversation. So I think we should close this board goal conversation and pick that up in curriculum committee, because we actually have a fair amount left.
I guess what I'm saying is
tonight.
I don't think it necessarily. I think it's something that we should think about for our next board goal conversation, because when we talked about graduation rates, we did talk about it in the curriculum committee, but we also elevated it to a priority to be looking at that. Yeah. And potentially, maybe it's not this year, maybe it's down the line, but I think it's worth thinking about whether or not there is another way that we want to be looking at subgroups and making sure that they are equally represented in all the places we think they should be, that, you know, all the subgroups are represented in accelerated classes in the middle school, which is where you have to get on the track, things like that. That's where I thought that your point was hinting, even though you didn't go fully.
That is what her point was, because I went to the same conference. So yes, that's exactly where they were going with it, yes. And in addition to that, making sure that the middle is also challenged, whether they fall into a subgroup or not,
But we've
right?
had this conversation so many times, and we were very thoughtful in this striving for excellence language about excellence for our students, right? We always kind of talked about how it was for all students and what that entails without getting specific, right? We always had that conversation. So again, I don't think, unless anyone disagrees, we're not changing the goal, and it's something that, maybe the superintendent could be thinking about when he comes back with the priorities. So, everyone good?
Super.
Great. So with that, we're going to close item 11.4. I'd like to make a motion to approve the following minutes: May 31st, 2024 Curriculum Committee meeting minutes, September 10th, 2024 BOE meeting minutes. Do I have a second? Ms. Alvarez, all in favor? 7-0. So item 12.1 is approved. Now moving to committee reports, starting with the Policy and Personnel Committee. Ms. Brooks.
Okay, we haven't met formally. That meeting will be this coming Friday at 9:15 a.m., but only this Friday at 9:15 a.m. It's because there's a conflict, but subsequent meetings will be, I think, at 10 o'clock. I'm not quite sure, but anyway. But we have been working behind the scenes over the summer, the three committee members and Dr. Shields and Javiera, and we came up with a wish list of policies that we wanted to discuss. I've forwarded that to everybody in the packet. It's also now on the agenda. And there are 5 policies where I wanted to come to the board first and ask for direction from the board as to whether this is something the board wanted the committee to take up, because I thought that they were kind of on the cusp of maybe, well, we should have this policy, maybe we shouldn't. And I thought it would be prudent before the committee started working on these policies to have the board say, yes, go ahead, as opposed to working on the policy and coming back and the board saying, no, we don't like that. Okay, so good, here we go. So the first one was, do we want a policy on valedictorian, salutatorian, and class rank? It would be a new policy. NISBA does not currently have a policy on this. Schreiber has recently undergone a deep dive into how the Val and Sal are selected, and also we don't have class rank currently, except for the purpose of picking a Val and a Sal. Do we want a policy?
No.
No. Do we have feedback from Dr. Feeney? Have you been asked this question?
I didn't pose this question to any of the administrators, but I thought we would start with the board.
Are you saying no? Do you have any feedback on this before we?
We spent.
The seat was open special for you.
The high school, Dr. Baer, and myself with, the central office, we spent a lot of time looking at the question of the Val-Sal restructuring. I think the work that was done and the thoughtful manner in which it was done, it stands very well. I personally think that it's been communicated well to students and families, and I would not see a need for a policy, but that's my opinion.
And everybody on the board okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Number 2, class size. So as the board, hopefully.
We did commit to that, so.
We committed to that, okay? But, back up.
So
We
can I
committed to
just,
talking about it.
can I just blend something? Because we did discuss it in budget, and which will be the next thing you'll be discussing. And in our October meeting, we will be discussing class size from a budgetary and facilities perspective. So I think before, I'm assuming you're not going to discuss it in October, but I think we're going to discuss, and we are asking for a budgetary comparison. What would be the budgetary implications if we brought class size down by 2, theoretically, at all levels, right? So, and then that might blend in with a policy. And then what would wind up happening, theoretically, is if we as the boards, as a committee, saw that it could happen, because we also wanted to see if we have the facilities ability to be able to bring down the class size. We would then come to the board as a committee and make a recommendation. And if the board said, okay, we stand by this recommendation, then we could potentially update a policy or not. I mean, numbers-wise, right? So I just want to say that that's definitely something we should be looking at in line with your question, but that we are doing some numbers search at budget.
That's great, because that's actually a comment that I made at the, when we were reviewing this policy last year, that, and Ms. Gilliar also said, ideally, yes, we do want lower class sizes if we can, 1, afford them, and 2, have the space for the additional sections. But it's also kind of like this reimagining the middle school thing, where which one do we want to accomplish first? But clearly, if we don't have the money for the teachers and we don't have the space for the extra sections, we have to live in the real world.
So it sounds like
great. So the process
gonna look
is
at this
budget and
first,
facilities
then
will take care of it first, come to the board with a recommendation, if need be, we'll revise the policy. So, good. The third is the video conferencing of board meetings. The reason I'm bringing this up again is because we have had instances where board members have tuned in and participated remotely, and we have given the address of where we happen to be, whether it's Maryland, Utah, Greece. Mexico, wherever we were. My understanding, if we were to adopt a policy, that would negate the requirement that we have to post where we are at the time. And so the question is, do we want to go through the process of having a formal policy, or are we all okay with the way we've been doing it? And the way we've been doing it is perfectly legal. It's just if we wanted to eradicate the need to publicly post where we are remotely, we would have to do that by policy.
So this would also, though, be that we would have to put all of those extra technological requirements in. So you're looking at it just not just to eradicate, not including your name, but also so that we could have two-way conversation. So we would do it for a video conference. You're looking at the whole shebang, correct?
There's a lot more that's involved, and a lot more requirements on the board and the district if we were to adopt a policy. And this has been left over from the COVID days when this law first went into effect, and I know that the legislature was supposed to review it, hasn't, they've just kind of extended it, but they keep just leaving it. So I'm kind of hearing that it was onerous then, the policy, it's onerous now, but I just didn't want to.
I want to throw out there that, and I said this at the time, and now I think it's been 2 years since we last talked about it, I find that when we have people teleconferenced in, it's highly disruptive to the meeting. The person really can't follow what's happening in the meeting. The officers are like really struggling to maintain that person's being able to participate. I would actually like to propose that we stop permitting people to conference in whatsoever, because I just find it to be, it just makes the meetings extremely disruptive. And I think that everyone is allowed by law to miss 3 meetings a year. If we have 7 people, we have a quorum if one person misses. I'm just throwing it out there, that's what I would like to see. So I don't support making a policy to make it easier. I would just like to see the practice just discontinued completely. That would be my proposal.
So here's the thing, Adam. The policy that we do not have, that we opted a few years ago not to incorporate and not sign into, would allow it to be an easier process because you would have two-way communication. The issue with that, it works, other places do it all the time, except here's the problem. It's a cost, again, comes back to this, it's a budgetary thing. So I think we, at the time, knew that our technology department, especially during the COVID world of everybody Zooming and whatnot, were already taxed on a lot of things. We didn't want to push on that. I personally don't think, again, the way that the committee works and the way the process works, I don't think it would harm if the committee looked at it and saw it a little bit deeper, like because we've progressed since the last time we talked about it. Our technology department might say, you know what, this is easy to do now, whereas 3 years ago, they were like, no way, we can't do it. Do you understand? So I think
I agree with you
doesn't
completely,
harm.
but I still think that like having a giant Emily on the screen and coming out of the
You don't
speakers,
like giant Emily? What are you saying?
Or whatever it is, it just changes the dynamic.
You won't have giant Emily ever on the screen, I promise.
I hear you. Worst giant Deb, but you know what I mean? It's, I think if the policy, if I'm one, so I'll stay out of it, but I understand what you're saying, but even so, I still maintain.
I have no problem looking into it. I think it does have a huge budgetary impact, but I have no problem with the policy committee looking into it.
I need to hear from others.
Well, the committee's already.
No.
I have no problem with the policy committee looking at it. There's no reason to not have the discussion if you think that you should have the discussion.
Okay.
Keep it going.
All right, great. So, board self-evaluation exhibits. So this one kind of died on the vine last year. I'm bringing it back because the constitution of the board has changed. NISBA has talked about the value of board self-evaluations. I personally think it's a good idea. We haven't done it in 2 years. Do we want to, we have a current policy. The current policy is kind of like, to me, it's milquetoast, but do we want to review this policy and bring it into the 21st century or not? I ask the non-members of the.
It's an example about how, if the way you ask the question matters. I want to bring it into the 21st century.
She wants to bring it.
I want to bring it forward.
Yeah.
I don't think it harms. I get.
Yeah. I don't think it's the highest priority policy, but sure.
It doesn't have to be done in October. We can, we can make it a low priority, but at least I want to know if it's on the list or not on the list.
Right, because there's more on the list that we talked about, like
There is.
FOIL and a whole bunch of others.
Those are definitely, those are not up for discussion here because they're on the
You already
list.
know
I
they're
have.
doing it.
Yes, this is just these few things where, do we want it, do we not want it?
So it looks like yes on.
So yes, I'll just put low priority, but that's fine. And then the final one is the cell phone use in school policy. This would not necessarily be a ban, but it's something where we would investigate policy on cell phone use in the school. And I've attached various samples of school districts, of the NISBA template, the school districts that have already put this into effect. So wanted to get feedback from the rest of the board before we start crafting something.
So currently, in our newly adopted Code of Character, Culture, and Conduct, we talk about a use of cell phones in there, and it references that in each individual school's handbook, there is the role of the policy of cell phones. And I will tell you that it says for Weber, wait, I wrote it down. It says for Weber, not permitted to use cell phones except with explicit permission between 8 and 3:10 p.m. And then Schreiber says use in class prohibited unless you're given authorization, but you can use it during passing periods, cafeteria, outside, blah, blah, blah. And then it goes into like confiscation. How would the policy committee see this working, considering now we already have our Code of Character, Culture, and Conduct, referencing it and then linking to the handbooks?
I guess there would have to be a dovetailing of the committee looking at samples and the committee also working with the administrators, because I understand the administrators have made a decision as to when cell phones can be on the person of, really that's what we're talking about, of the student. And I guess it includes smartwatches also, because those are also devices and other devices. And it's a type of thing where cell phone use has been linked to lots of issues among children and students. And whether we are, as a board, going to try to, I guess in our culture and climate and our overarching view of mental health, we want to present a broader guideline for our district. And that may not be in line with what administrators want. It may not be in line with the teachers want. I don't know. Because I know some teachers have their students take out the cell phones to use them for Kahoots or something, or with their devices. I don't know if that's still in practice, but it's just something where, do we want to explore this as a board, given that we set the policy?
But we also do the code of conduct. So it's our code of conduct, culture, what we're calling it. Sorry. So we already have one. We already have a policy. It's that. So I think what we're saying is it's already embedded in another document, in another policy. I think what you're trying to get at is, or what I just heard you say, is it becomes a little bit more of a philosophical kind of a discussion about cell phones and cell phone use and whatnot, and that doesn't really have anything to do with code of conduct.
I think this is like one of those.
I don't think we should be, in my opinion, unless we're having, you need to first hear from the administrators. Like, I feel like, I know that there's states that are changing the laws. I know, there's discussion on the legislative side. So until we get that, and we hear from our administrators, I don't think we should be going towards a cell phone policy more than what's already in the code of conduct and what the administrators are suggesting.
So I think that that whole like handbook, code of conduct conversation, is one of those, like, we're losing the forest through the trees and like getting buried in procedure and policy here. And when the question is philosophically, because we're already going to relook at code of conduct this year. So it's very easy to change that and we can make, so I don't think we have to worry about that conflict. So that's something that we can easily change, right? Like, as the question is, as a board, do we philosophically want to talk about a cell phone policy that we are the drivers of? And I think that that's something that we have to have, if we have that conversation, it has to be done, but it doesn't matter that it's in the code of conduct, it can be changed, or they can talk about it in the context of the code of conduct, which is being re-reviewed. So it's not disqualifying from the conversation, it doesn't disqualify the conversation. And we shouldn't have to have that argument right now when the question is, do we want to talk about, because we can figure that out later, right?
I guess, to your point, is that you are right, we could revamp what the code of conduct and the handbook says. So the real greater question is does this board philosophically want to implement talk about implementing something that is stronger than the language that exists currently?
Or more specific.
Or more specific, I mean, it's pretty specific, but yeah.
I trust historically that the policy committee has been very good about including conversation with administrators, and oftentimes has not continued conversations because administrators said, we don't want to have this policy, right? Oftentimes, I think almost to our detriment in some cases where we didn't move ahead with things we wanted to, right? So I'm not concerned that you guys are going to like strong arm or override the administrators in this case, but I think, look, there was a post on Facebook, coincidentally, about this last week, that it got more action than I've seen of any Facebook post in a very long time. So I think this is something that is on a lot of people's minds. I do not see the harm in having the conversation at a board level. I don't even know if it shouldn't be in the evening meetings because it's such a big topic, but I would definitely like to see it started. So I'm good for it in policy.
Can I ask a question? Because this was newly part of the the code does specify already that it's not allowed at all in middle school, as is. The handbook, well, the Weber handbook already says no cell phones. The implementation of actually enforcing that, not for me to know, but that could just be what the concern on Facebook would have been, or community concern of just access to a phone can be easily, as we all have our phones here. So for me, the only question would be is really looking at the secondary level, because the secondary level, Schreiber does allow it in between periods and, when they're off, lunch. And a lot of what the book that everyone's referencing and everything is about the social media aspect of it and the use and access. Okay, so my only question really to agree for this to be even discussed is if the opinion of Dr. Hines and Dr. Baer. That's all I would want to know before it even gets explored. For me, but that's not a directive, just to clarify, no directive.
I think that's right, but I don't think, unless everyone disagrees, I don't think we should put the two of them on the spot right now. The way our process usually goes is.
Because it goes opposite?
Usually that's the first step that I think the policy committee would take if this went to policy. Am I wrong?
I'm jumping procedurally then.
No, it's fine. It's fine. And it doesn't have to be decided tonight if there's a further conversation, but I just didn't want to, I'm assuming I'm going to be the chairperson because Nan's already a chair, right? You don't want to be chair of two, right? And you already said no. So I just didn't want to make any assumptions, and it's something that, we could put down at the bottom of the list until somebody decides otherwise, but I thought it was important to bring it to the full board to say, hey, is this something we want? So cell phones are not permitted in the elementary schools at all?
No.
Just want to make sure.
In elementary school?
My understanding is in the elementary school, they're permitted in the building, but they have to be in their backpack.
Correct.
And smartwatches are actually not permitted. I don't know if is that all elementary schools? I know, I believe that they're not permitted but it's just enforced teacher by teacher, but most teachers actually make the kids take them off. Middle school, they can, anecdotally, they wear their smartwatches, but they keep their phones in their locker. And then high school, it sounds like mileage varies. Yeah.
So one of the things I was going to suggest was the Dr. Hines and Dr. Baer and whoever else wants to can look at the various sample policies. They're not etched in stone for us, because you know how we function, right? We bring in the samples and then we try to make them fit our culture and climate and character. And then if there's something in there that seems valuable, we can put it, to the committee. But this is why I'm bringing the conversation here. I brought the conversation here last year and I got a resounding no. So now we have actually having a conversation about this. So
I think it's worth discussing. It's a very important issue, and I think policy has a role to play, even if it's codifying what we're currently doing, right? So that it's in one place that's clear. And I think the discussion is sometimes worth having, even if it doesn't change what we're doing, right? It's worth having the conversation about what exactly the policy is currently, even though I think we know what it is, and whether there is anything we would change about it. Maybe something good comes out of it. I don't think there's any harm in having the conversation.
Okay, go ahead.
So I just have a general question about policy, and you provided us the committee worksheet, so thank you for all of that, based on the years. How is it determined the priority of what makes it on the agenda? And for example, I'll use a very generic example. Your first agenda, I would think you would just want to get all those required policies that are just, some of them a checkbox, right there on that first agenda, out of the way and brought forth. But I know we still have many required policies that we don't even have drafts of.
So it's a balance. Dr. Shields and I work together because there's only so many hours, right, to the meeting. And we try to balance, right, for example, finishing up some required policies that were left over from last year and balancing what we can logistically accomplish in a meeting. And so sometimes if there are brand new required policies that are going to require some more information or more tweaking, that's going to take a bigger amount of time. And it's really just about time constraints and priorities, trying to balance it so we don't end up being there till 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
So then how
close?
So then how is it that, why wouldn't required policies or policies that have required updates to them, wouldn't they take priority over any of these other policies that we're even discussing? First and foremost, wouldn't they just be taken care of, even if it takes 3 months to take care of them? Well, I'm just logistically speaking.
They should. Required policies get them.
Well, I'm not talking about these 5 policies.
Those are not required policies.
Right. I'm
Those are
talking
not
about
like,
these.
right, and you, like, even you have here, like, from 2023-24, school safety, educational part, that's required, promotion is required.
Right, so promotions on, I think, the promotion retention is on the agenda.
It is on the one on the, yeah, so that one's on there.
I don't have the agenda from, I guess I could scroll down.
But I know, like, graduation ceremonies, that's a required policy. I don't see it on your list. We still had the policy that deals with diploma credentials for students with disabilities, right? That under IDEA now, they can attend school until they're 22. I don't.
That's a whole big series. That's on there.
Oh, that is on there.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Okay, so I guess that's,
series.
so that whole series is going to be taken care of.
Oh, 100%, that's there somewhere, and it's like, and I even say, I think it's like 3 separate policies, and then I have a plus sign next to one, because there's like point 1 to point 12. Dr. Allen has been working on that with us, and that's a massive undertaking. That
When we had hired our law firm, and we went through the process of vetting the law firms, a major, and we had accumulated all the questions. A major question that came up, I think, from like almost everybody was, how are you going to support us in our policies? And Bond, who we're using, had answered a lot of those questions. I'm wondering, to your point about like they're not, and they had committed to helping us make sure we had all those required policies, and also even going through all of the policies and seeing what was, up to date. Being that the policy committee only has so much time, I'm wondering, and we kind of talked about this last year, and it didn't happen, but because there was so much going on. But what do you guys think the policy committee of engaging Bond, do a lot of that work in the background, and then present you with like near-ready drafts that you can kind of bang out for like a lot of the bulk of the very
They
old
do
policies?
sometimes, but I would just say.
But not just sometimes, like all the time. I'm kind of proposing to do a big, because we asked them to do like a big effort of reviewing our whole policy manual.
It depends, and I just want to, first I want to get back to Ms. Epstein. Like almost every single policy on the agenda for Friday is a required policy.
Got it.
I mean, the use of
I'm not
credit.
saying otherwise. I'm going in a different direction.
I understand, I just wanted to answer. The use of credit cards and online banking services is necessary so the business office can function better, and I'm guessing that's why that's on there. But 1.8, 1.9, 1.10, 1.11, those are all required policies. And then to your point, which was, oh my gosh, what was it?
Well, just about using
Oh, yes,
heavier.
using the attorneys.
We're paying
Well,
for that.
we do, sometimes we do, but sometimes, I mean, sometimes there are things that are very straightforward, and so we can just say, okay, great, this is fine, like, you know, the rights of employees to express breast milk in the workforce. Believe it or not, we actually had some tweaking to do to that, because there was just language in there that we didn't like, and so there are times when the law firm will come to us with, I think there was one, like the sexual harassment one, it was 11 pages long. We
Right.
read through it and we made minor adjustments and boom, we were done. But there are other things that need to be tweaked more that we craft, like the DEI policy,
Right.
because it was more of a climate and culture and unique.
Right. No, and I guess what I'm
It's not
saying
about
is.
giving up control, believe me, my life would be easier.
I hear you.
But it's not always what we envision for the district.
Right. But I guess I'm wondering if for some of these things, if we can, and I think the policy committee overall does a very good job. I'm not trying to suggest that. I'm trying to say is, can we get more volume of policies done that don't need that crafting by pushing on them to deliver more? Because they're willing to do that, and they're supposed to be.
I think where the policies are very straightforward, where they're just like this blank recitation of the law, there's no reason why they couldn't, and we also just use the NISPA template, which is already there for us, and we read it, go, yeah, okay, good, a couple grammatical errors there, but then, you know, good to go. So we do that. It would never hurt for Dr. Shields to circle back with Mr. Miller and to see if there's any way to streamline it, but when there's an opportunity, like, for example, promotion retention of students, that thing was just a disaster. We looked at that, we said, it doesn't make any sense and it doesn't fit. Well, we want to say we had to reorient the paragraphs and things like that to make it flow better. It's there's personal preference too, also among the members of the committee for what just feels right for the district. So where there's something that's very straightforward, sure, happy to, because it makes everybody's life easier if we can just go check.
So I guess the question is, is it possible to have them go through what is straightforward, or do you need to be the one to determine what's straightforward? Yeah.
So in the past, I served as policy chair, and they did. So our law firm would always, and still does, I'm sure, send policies. The question is, I think we could be more proactive and say to them, here's our policy manual, which is online, go through it and make the updates to the ones that need to be updated. They do that regularly.
And we asked them to do that in our interview with them. So
correct.
That's what I'm
and so I think the question is just, and I'm sorry, I know you didn't like the word control, but I think it's a question of us giving it to them first, let them do the work, and then maybe make the tweaks later. But it can get done and does get done.
Yes, on some policies where it's appropriate, like use of credit cards, for example. I have no need to control that policy. So I would say, for example, to Dr. Shields, please give it to Ms. Manuel, let her work on it, come back. It's things like that. So some of the policies where there's a philosophy involved, where, we were elected to guide the district, those things have to have our personality in it. They just have to. And as I said, other things that are more cut and dry, I don't need to rewrite the law about expressing breast milk in the workplace.
Right.
Can I?
No, so you have the missing required policy is 23, 24 attorney list. Don't we have to just have them bang those out for us, and then we can fix them?
Well, those policies they likely exist. NISPA usually has those policies.
Right.
So we can just use that. It's just a matter of getting it onto the agenda. Don't forget, whenever a board member says, hey, I want you to take a look at this policy or that, sometimes things get kicked out.
Understood.
And so that's why, but we keep a running list and we'll get there. But just because we don't have the policy on the books doesn't mean that we're not already doing it, especially if it's a state law.
So I was going to ask this at policy, but it got brought up already. But I do like the proposal that Mr. Smith mentioned, or Ms. Bays, I don't know at this point, to give all required policies that are either we don't have one or has to be updated that is mandated to the attorney to update proactively, and that policy, if it's one that's on the list for this year, that the one that they already crafted be the one that is reviewed at policy. So I do like that proposal because it still gives the opportunity for the policy committee to give its voice to it and, you know, give its culture of the district. But at least then it's already finished and it's a quicker approval. If we don't want to review it, they would have already done it and we just say, great, that one's next. Because I did have the concern specifically with the special education that have not, because that was a really big packet with a lot of red on it. So, and I know it's on the agenda for policy, and I know that policy is going to look at it, but preemptively to do the legwork that is already being paid for by the attorneys, and then just bring it to policy where we still have that same agenda, and potentially, maybe the attorneys didn't get it to us in time, and we have to look at the current, but I just do see the value of them doing it being brought to us, and then we change anything we do, because it doesn't add time to us as a committee.
But for the required policies, what I'm stuck on is NISBA has those policies, and it's NISBA that is actually advising or alerting me to the updates. And you know that NISBA has the updates in their policies. So I'm trying to understand what role you want our attorneys to play when we don't necessarily have a question for them in...
Because NISBA's not our attorney. So like, I think even if the attorney starts with a NISBA form, like we still need our attorney to review a lot of these. Anything that's like required, we should always have our attorneys look at. Yeah, I know. They do. Right. Okay, so I think we know, I think we can move on. I think we're good. And you guys can take this up at policy. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Ms. Gilliard, then we'll move on.
So just to comment to the original point about why we wouldn't just bang out the required policies. So I'm not on the policy committee this year, but having served on the policy committee, I also want to point out that policy making is one of the ways that we do our job. And so sometimes there are policies that the board feels strongly that we need, and that's different from whether or not something is mandated by state law, but the board thinks we need it because that's how we set the tone, or that's how we make a change, that's how we put a roadmap out there. And I think those can be equally high priority. And so usually the policy committee is doing the work of figuring out, how do I balance, what order do we put these in based on what the priorities are of the board, and what we think is important. Of course it works that way. The stuff that is mandated by law is not, you have to pass this policy tomorrow or else.
But I think that we should try to push on, so I think it would be nice if the policy committee tried to push on the ones that we don't, the ones that have to be reviewed, like that's one thing, but the ones that we literally need to have that we don't have is probably something to prioritize. Because that does, you know, it's a just like anything else.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think that the policy committee always has prioritized those.
Yeah.
Or at least in recent years, the policy committee has prioritized
Ms.
those.
Bays, do you have anything for budget and facilities?
I do. So the Budget and Facilities Committee actually met yesterday for the first time, and we did publicly discuss our proposed calendar for the year, and we do have on the agenda tonight what we're proposing as meeting topics. So I'm not going to go through them, but you all have them in front of you. If you have any questions about them, please let me know, any objections, but our next meeting will be in October 28th, although we did perhaps discuss changing it to maybe a little bit earlier, October 15th, perhaps somewhere in that vicinity. We will be, as I mentioned earlier, discussing at our first meeting class size from a budgetary and facilities perspective. And that's it, if anybody has any questions.
My only question was, and sorry, go ahead, Deb. that's my question.
I know we were going to have a discussion on reserves at some point. Oh.
In November.
Rollover budget, including debt services transfer, it'll cover all of that. It doesn't say reserve specifically, but that's all inclusive.
Ms. Bates, I want to just bring up one point, and I reviewed this meeting on YouTube. There was a topic about, there was a conversation about transfer to capital conversation, and somebody had said something about reviewing transfer to capital, and I think somebody else said something about that would happen
In November.
in the budget process.
No, we're going to discuss it in November.
Okay, so that's where you landed?
Yep.
Okay.
In November, so we'll be doing a rollover budget, including debt services, transfer to capital, reserves.
Okay. So
it includes security needs, facilities, maintenance, carpentry.
Right. So I guess my question was regarding the transfer to capital. Obviously, we have an opening because of the tennis courts being done. Now we should have there's some discretionary, there's some big decisions there. Okay, so you guys are going to have
part of our
conversation.
conversation.
Okay. That's what it wasn't clear to me that was happening.
Yes,
Okay,
in December, we will be discussing, as I said, transportation costs and basically what we heard tonight, and talk about the monetary asks or kind of discussion. We didn't get actual numbers. We also discussed at the budget committee, maybe looking again at our bus routes, our bus company. So we want to just really kind of like brainstorm a better, more efficient way of transportation in January and February. January/February, we hadn't really decided. Ms. Manuel was not at the meeting that we had on Monday. She was presenting upstate. So this is kind of still to be discussed with her and like timing wise, but we talked about, we're thinking maybe January, February, we started discussing the lunch fund, because that was a whole discussion that we had last year, kind of carried over. And then in May, we would like to review our facility use costs and usage, like look and see, now the year's gone. We want to talk again about the security fees, kind of put it all in play and see where we are, okay?
Everyone's good? Awesome. Ms. Melkonian, curriculum, thank you very much, Budget Committee, very thorough plan.
We had our first meeting of the curriculum committee this past Friday? This past Friday. It was a preview of the year, all the initiatives that are occurring in the curriculum department, as well as a lot of wonderful work that's happening on our PGCD committees, and the recommendations that are coming out of that structure. So those were really, really great conversations. As usual, Dr. Feeney thinks they're going to be short. They never are. And we move on to October 25th at 10 a.m. We will be discussing, as mentioned here many times, the New York State Blue Ribbon Commission recommendations.
Audit committee.
Oh wait, hold on. As it relates, so I saw the topics. I'll go. My only question is, do you guys think that you have room, like kind of along the way, if things come up, like maybe out of like the middle school reimagining, if the board wants to redirect some of that stuff to the curriculum committee, will you have should we have that in mind, like over the course of the year, that there's capacity to like use that as like a subgroup for some of these things that may come up out of all of this?
We've been trying to organize our meetings in more of a traditional sense of old business, new business, and the like. So we've been adding topics. We added topics all last year as they came up throughout the year. So sure, absolutely.
Okay, awesome. So everyone is, does the whole board, I didn't share that topic list, does the whole board have it?
It was sent out in a packet.
Awesome. You're right.
There might be some tweaks since that last one was sent out. I think there might be a slight tweak sent out in this week's packet.
Okay.
So you'll be getting that as well.
Awesome. Anybody else? All good? Ms. Epstein, audit.
We have our first meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Fantastic. Okay.
We might just stay here.
Okay. So We're almost done, guys. Home stretch. So, you're right. Oh God. Oh God, help us. Okay. Moving on to our consent agenda. I got it. I know. Thank you. To the community who was watching, the bus patrol resolution was on this agenda earlier. It was removed. It is no longer on the agenda. We are going to add it back as item 14.2.8. So, District Clerk, you're going to have to note that's being added.
And please note that there's no change to the original resolution.
That's not true.
I thought that's what they said.
No, the resolution isn't changed, but the contract is going to be a little different.
Correct,
But
but the resolution is what she has to worry about.
So the
here.
resolution is the same, but the contract is slightly revised, and that you'll include that if you don't mind in the minutes, and we'll, I guess, approve that out of the ether for now. So at this time, I would like to make a motion to approve item 14.1 through item 14.6.1B. Is there a second? Miss Gilliar, she doesn't always second. All in favor? 7-0. The consent agenda is approved. Yep, I got you. Okay. Now, we actually have, very exciting, item 15.1 is the approval of the policy of the Code of Character, Culture, and Conduct. So at this time, I would like to make a motion to approve the following policy for adoption with the recommendation of the superintendent. Item A, policy 5144.1, Code of Character, Culture, and Conduct. Do I have a second? Ms. Gilliar, all in favor? Emily, 7-0. Well, we have, after how many years we have finally approved the Code of Conduct? But we got it, and we look forward to approving it again at the end of the year, hopefully.
Or at least reviewing it.
Yeah, exactly. So we have item 16.0, which is staff members eligible for tenure. I'm not going to read through them, but any trustees or community members who are interested can find that under 16.0.
I just want to say thank you to Dr. Hines and Dr. Shields for putting these names and the tenure dates, the tenure area and the school, all this information in one place at the beginning of the year. Thank you. They always do that? Oh. So thank you for always doing that.
And that was another thing policy might discuss this year, right?
Yes, it is on our wish
Okay.
list. Sorry,
Yes,
I was getting
I
so
know.
excited about
I
having
wanted-
this one-stop shopping for the tenures. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, great. Moving on to old business, we do not have any questions that we are specifically going to answer today. So we're going to move on to everyone's favorite subject, the NYSBA Proposed Resolutions Handbook. I know it's your favorite subject.
Okay, so everybody, you know, we've had these resolutions now for the better part of a month, if not more, and I had given everybody homework assignment. Ms. Alvarez had already mentioned resolutions 22 and 23. If there are any questions about any of the resolutions, any strong feelings about the resolutions, because I, as your delegate, will be voting on them. I have my list to present to the board. I just wanted everybody to know that I actually reached out to NYSBA about resolutions 22 and 23, trying to get some clarity from Ms. Alvarez. And what I can share with everybody here is that 22 is a resolution by Nassau BOCES. And since the resolution was put on the agenda for the business meeting, the regents have actually pulled back their proposal because there was a lot of pushback from all parts of the state. So that resolution may end up being moot. But there is going to be a question session on October 1st, which I will attend, where we can pose our questions to the member school boards that drafted the various resolutions and say to them, hey, what did you really mean by this? What is your intent behind this? And so, for example, on Resolution 23 with the school holidays, basically, my question, I think Ms. Alvarez's question to them is, are you against the school districts being able to give more days off for school holidays and school observances? in general, or are you against it only because it eats up instructional time and should the school year be extended kind of thing? So that's where we would need to get clarification, and the process would be, okay, well, maybe we need to amend the resolution a little bit before we vote on it. So that's kind of the process, but those were just those two.
First, I just want to say thank you, because I did ask about those, and I really appreciate you looking into them and giving like a really thorough review to help with the questions I posed. I think you understand my concerns with the original wording on 22. So if it is, I'm actually, now that I understand the policy more, fine with 22. But moot if because they've already gotten backlash for it. So I am fine with the way it was explained. You kind of said your own concern with 23. I still reiterate the concern of 23 with if they're looking at future denials of holidays. And really it ends up being cultural holidays. So that would just, I think you understand my concern, and I'm one of 7, but if that really is the sentiment of that proposal, then I'm not in favor of that proposal.
So just so the community understands, for 22, the regents were revising regulations that they have to allow, I'm trying to give a good example, to allow, right now sports are pretty gendered, and so like there's a boys tennis team and there's a girls tennis team, and there's a boys basketball team and there's a girls basketball team. Well, what if there were only a girls flag football team and no boys flag football team, but a boy wanted to play on the girls flag football team? Would that be allowed? And that's really what, because there's no boys team, but you had I'm just saying boys and girls because that's just to simplify it, but I know it's not.
That's the exact example given, was flag football, field hockey.
And there was so much consternation over this from all over the state that the regents just kind of pulled back and thought, okay, maybe we have to reword these amendments or review this. So that's what that resolution 22 is about. So are you saying then for resolution 23 that you would be in favor of extending the school year if because either there are going to be days off for more holidays, right? And basically,
we can't do that with our union contract anyway.
So I need some guidance on how this board wants me to vote on that particular issue. Because we're basically talking about any.
I would abstain from that to take a.
Abstain.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need a majority here.
Abstain.
I have 4.
I like
okay.
that. Good pick, Emily. Okay.
Abstain. Okay, now, don't go anywhere.
Oh, wait, no.
Because I don't know, I have questions on how this board wants me to vote on about 6 of these, and we can go very quickly. Oh, just put your head down, take a nap.
I trust you.
Okay.
I trust you,
But
too.
no,
We all
but-
trust
but
you.
no, I just want to point out,
Your
resolution.
judgment is impeccable.
Thank you, but so resolution number 10, I just wanted to point out, would advocate to allow hybrid vehicles, would allow hybrid vehicles, not just electric vehicles, but allowing hybrid vehicles in the path to zero emission, to advocate for the legislature to allow hybrid vehicles. I'm just pointing that out as a point of reference. I think everybody would be okay with that.
Plug-in
Great.
hybrids or?
I don't know the answer to that.
I vote for that.
Resolution number 12, quite frankly, I don't understand what this is asking, so it's one of the ones I have a question about. Resolved that NISBA support funding for technology and related expenses for smartphone regulation policies. Does that mean the pouch to put the cell phone in?
It's totally the pouches.
That's
Okay.
right in line with your policy.
Do we support that as a board?
Yes, don't you want to put that in
I
your
don't want
policy?
funding. I'd rather funding for other things.
Correct.
It's funding for a pouch to put cell phones in?
I would rather have funding for so many other
These
things.
people have anything better to do with their time?
Well, if you want to have a cell phone ban.
The pouch vendors like it.
So am I voting no?
I mean, there are already classrooms at Trevor where they don't allow the kids to keep their cell phones. They have something hanging on the wall
Yeah.
to put them in.
That's
They
where I
don't
think
need
our
any
policy
sort of
has to go.
special.
And what Ms. Epstein is saying is, why do we want to have funding for that? We need funding for other things like maybe.
No, why don't they
breakfast or-
fully fund some educational mandates?
Okay, so I'm going to say that's a no. Resolution number 16, was interesting, and it was asking that to support legislation at the state level to allow school districts to provide an opt-out to transportation services, which would mean if a parent, right now, a parent can't opt out of transportation, right? I mean, they can decide to drive their child to school, but the school district still has to provide a seat. This would mean if a parent says, I don't need my child to ride a bus, they're going to drive their own car, I'm going to drive them, they're going to carpool, then the district would not have to provide a seat on a bus.
The answer is yes, vote for that. Not only that, put a big banner up and say, big yes. That is one of our biggest problems.
It is, we have discussed that here, but I need a majority vote here.
Yes, agree, that's great.
Well, just clarification on that one, because I can't remember where that ended up on the list. What was the DEI's recommendation?
It opposed.
Opposed. So I will abstain because I do remember reading that the potential with the opt-out, there was implications on students potentially with transportation who were still needing it and just use of it. So I have to reread that one, but at the moment I'm going to abstain from that one. I have to reread it. I don't remember.
As I understand it, which I'm okay with, so as long as transportation is provided to those that are needed and you allow everyone to opt out and transportation will not be provided only to those that opt out, that's how I'm agreeing to this resolution. If it's being presented differently, then I would say, right?
Correct. So if you need transportation, you're still getting it. But if I'm driving my kids to school every day, I can opt out of transportation, which means one less seat on the bus that has to be reserved, which costs money to the school district. So that is an absolute yes for me, and it's one of the things we've been talking about for years.
I'm a yes on that.
But I think it caught my eye, and I think it caught Sandra's eye, because if the DEI committee has a problem, they didn't explain why, and they oppose it.
So
There was an explanation. There's some explanation. I just have to pull it up. I'm trying to.
Okay, go ahead. I'm just saying that I think I'm giving Deb the directive that unless you hear during the presentation that it seems like people are not going to be able to get transportation that need transportation, right?
Right, that's definitely
We're only supporting it if transportation still runs for those that need it.
Correct.
Is what I'm hearing from those that are supporting it, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't see that as vague. It's very clear that if you opt out, then you're opting out.
The document doesn't explain why the DEI committee doesn't support it.
I read it.
Okay.
I think the only caveat is that if our assistant superintendent over here has any reason why we wouldn't want that, we would want to hear that. But otherwise, I think it's something that might allow us to function more easily.
Okay. The next resolution is Resolution 24. Well, do you have a question about 21?
Keep going, I'll go next.
Okay. That was asking NISBA to advocate for, it's actually a compound ask, is for the minimization of field testing, number one, and allowing the school district to make the decision to refuse to participate in field testing without being penalized. So one is to minimize field testing, and also to allow a school district basically to opt out of participating in field testing, and this is Pat Med, so this should sound familiar to you, Dr. Hines.
I support.
Smile.
So we field test, and the issue with field testing is that, especially in the high-stakes exams, the kids don't know which questions are the field-tested questions that don't count for anything, and which ones are the high-stakes questions that do count for stuff, and so it lengthens the test, it causes additional stress to the students. So I'm asking, what is this board's feeling with regard to minimizing field testing and allowing school districts to refuse to participate in field testing?
I like this proposal.
I have 3-4 yeses and the superintendent. Okay, so that's a Y. Okay.
Woke up a little bit.
Resolution number 26, to support legislation to eliminate Regents exams at the high school, however, in favor of state final exams that comply with the Every Student Succeeds Act. So there would be, instead of,
These are not recommended for adoption, number 26. Is that what you're on, number 26?
yes, it's not recommended for adoption, but I'm asking what, I still have to vote on it, right? So, so NISBA is not recommending it for adoption, but that doesn't mean that I can't say, well, we think it should be, right? So, so I'm asking, what this would do would eliminate Regents exams in all the courses where Regents exams are currently given, and instead would give basically 3 state final exams, 1 ELA, 1 math, and 1 science. NISBA is recommending against, so voting no for this, coming to this group.
But the reasoning is because of the Blue Ribbon Commission. So they're not saying they're against, I think they're saying they're waiting for further guidance from the Blue Ribbon Commission.
Abstain.
Abstain.
No, vote against the way NISBA. Vote with NISBA.
Okay, so that's a no. 27, NISBA is also a vote against this one, to advocate for a cap on BOCES budget increases. So I actually reached out to our Nassau BOCES local guy, Larry Greenstein, and he said to oppose, he said, just as basically school districts have to work within the confines of the 2% cap, and that has proved, as we have just seen, to be incredibly onerous and unrealistic given the current climate, the BOCES should not be subject similarly to the 2% cap. And he asked that we vote no. I need to hear at least one more person.
No.
No? Okay, and the final one that I picked out, because I just wasn't sure how this board would want to vote, was a mandate to, that there be 30 to 40 minutes per day of recess, officially recognized as an alternative form of instructional time. So that recess would actually be a form of instructional time and count toward mandated minutes. That's what this is about.
And they said yes to recommend.
They are not, and also comes from Pat Med. See, your legacy lingers. And the resolutions committee said that while the committee acknowledges the benefits of recess, they also recognize the academic demands schools are required to meet in a limited amount of time. And so the resolutions committee ultimately decided against recommending a resolution that could lead to more time being taken away from the instructional day. Not to say that there shouldn't be recess, but that recess should not be mandated to be a certain amount of time and also mandated to count as instructional time.
Just because Michael Hines is your superintendent, you have to vote against.
Is it for K-5 or is it like, is this high school recess too?
It says in elementary schools.
No, it doesn't.
It specifically says, and will be recognized as an alternative form of instructional time in elementary schools.
Elementary, we like it.
NISBA is
It's 40
saying
minutes,
no.
it says? 40 minutes?
30 to 40.
Mandated 30 to 40.
But it's not just that it be mandated 30 to 40 minutes, it's that it be counted as instructional time.
What number? So what does
37,
that
number
even
37.
mean, counted as instructional time? It's like a terminology they made up, right? Like who's counting?
So we're just saying
I think
no?
this is something.
Oh, no, I'm voting yes. I'm in favor of 30 to 40 minutes of recess. I just think that their wording is.
But
You're caught up with the instructional time.
But a part of it is saying to have it officially recognized as an alternative form of instructional time. Meaning, you have recess, this is how it's worded, if you don't like the resolution, you vote no. That's really.
I'm still yes. I'm just saying recognized by whom as instructional time. I mean, I think it's bad. I think it's poorly worded, but I'm a yes.
I'm trying to understand what the purpose is for putting that piece in.
I know, but I don't want to say.
I'm trying to, the rationale is there.
You need a certain amount of hours of instructional time, right? At the elementary and secondary.
Okay.
That, and, yeah.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
I'm still voting yes.
Okay, so you got some yes. I think majority is yes.
So
Majority is yes? Okay. Personally, I think this is going to fail, but I'll vote yes. That's my instruction. Okay, and so that was my list. Anybody? Number 21? You have a list?
My list is super fast. My list is not questions necessarily. I strongly suggest resolution number 5 about the aidable salary cap by connecting aid more closely with for CTE instruction. Number 7, I think we should strenuously accept this resolution. It has to deal with the argument of the civil service system that we have been trying so desperately to update and modernize, right? Which makes it so difficult for us to hire certain employees. Number 8, however, is the one I do have a question about. New York State NYSBA support legislation of the state that would provide for sufficient funding through building aid for the construction of a new school that would replace one or more outdated and antiquated schools. I would actually say that there are so many various levels of building aid and such confusion with it that I question and wonder what if this passes and this is something that they are able to legislate for, where do we lose better building aid funding for us? Because we are not building a brand new school any day soon.
We are, 5, 6.
We're not due to antiquated or outdated schools. So that's.
All of our schools are. Did you
I know.
look at Weber?
So, during this process, I can certainly ask questions or make points to persuade people one way or another. I would ask that you maybe give me some bullet points as to what you would want me to say.
She just wants you to strenuously
I just want you to, I personally don't support resolution number 8. How about that? Because I think it's going to take away from other building aid aspects for us. So I'm suggesting a no on resolution 8.
So let's have a vote here.
So the truth is, if the pie is the pie, so if they're going to put building aid towards antiquated buildings, the truth of the matter is, we as a school district are not going to win, right? We're gonna lose money, so I see where Ms. Epstein is going. Now, if we can just get money to build a new school, regardless of it being antiquated or not, then that's a different story. But again, let's just keep this in perspective. This is a resolutions book.
Yeah, I know.
Doesn't mean, where it goes.
But, so I have 3 no's. I'm hearing no, no, no. Do I have a 4th no?
No.
Resolution 8 is a no. Okay, next.
All right, great. 21 has to deal with UPK. I also strenuously suggest that this pass because it is asking that the currently set $5,400 cap for per pupil expenditures at UPK be raised. And that's something we've been advocating for, is an increase in the cap even for our non-UPK students through our Full Funding Act testimony. So I'm just strenuously saying a yes to that one.
Is there anything you would like me to say?
No, just get it to pass, Deb. Go for it. Get more money. That's what I want.
Any other resolutions? Anybody else have any other resolutions?
Going once, going twice, so, okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Brooks, very thorough, and Ms. Epstein as well.
And Ms. Alvarez.
And Ms. Alvarez.
We had a lot of fun with that one.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to move on to new business. I know Ms. Bays has a very quick new business item, and anybody else has one as well.
Yes.
So it actually came up yesterday at our budget committee meeting. We were discussing the need for a grant writer, or, past a few years back, I don't remember how many years back, it was back in the Dave Kirpin days, actually, so back then, we talked about getting a grant writer to come into the district and look at the opportunities we may or may not be missing with regards to grants. The way grant writers work is they get paid really a commission based on, it's kind of like the people that reduce your taxes. The first year, you get a cut out of what the reduction is. So we thought, instead of us discussing it just at the committee, we would bring it to the entire board and ask it as basically new business. Can we explore, can we ask for an exploration into getting a grant writer? Can we give a directive, actually, right now? If the board agrees, we give a directive to the administration to look for a grant writer and see, what, if anything, we can do, what opportunities we have out there.
Have you discussed it with Miss Manuel?
No, because she was not
so-
here. She just got back.
Do you have any,
But
do
I
you have any
think,
objection to that directive?
too, right?
No, okay, so let's give anyone object to giving that directive to look at it? Okay,
I wanted to propose this a long time. I love it. Great.
okay. Awesome, guys.
Easiest new business ever.
Great. Okay. All right, we're gonna move on to no other new business? No. Fantastic, okay. We're gonna move on to our second opportunity for the community to be heard. Those wishing to speak must sign in at the podium. Each community member will be given up to 3 minutes to speak. Please state your full name at the start of your comments, which should be as brief as possible and relate to school matters. Inappropriate conduct such as personal attacks will not be permitted. First, we have Ms. Paredes.
Hi, Denise Paredes. And this is about the iReady curriculum for math. So I look forward to seeing all that iReady can do for math instruction in the district, especially the potential for differentiation of instruction and grouping students for the most effective use of math learning time. It seems, though, that this will dramatically increase the screen-based learning in the classrooms, especially in the elementary school. So just some things to monitor as we move into this new program. Of course, with the caveat that the teachers are not going to overload our students intentionally with screen time. But will we be setting screen time limits for the students based on grade level? So maybe kindergarten getting a little bit less screen time than, all the way up to 6th grade. Are there any internal mechanisms in the software that will be able to tell us how much screen time each student is getting, each class is getting, each grade level is getting? And will we give kids brain breaks, they call them, from the screens that don't include a computer game? Because just anecdotally, what we're hearing is during the assessments, when the kids sort of start fast responding, they're getting a brain break, but it's a computer game. So it's not really a brain break from the screen, I guess it's from the assessment. And again, this is just sort of like a 30,000-foot level first thought, but just something that I look forward to keeping the conversation going about, just because screen time in the classroom is, now that we have the one-to-one, it is something that's on the mind of a lot of parents, especially at the elementary level. So thanks.
I'm going to ask you a lot of those questions that were specific to the thought process and what out of the iReady program. I will just ask you if you could just email those questions directly to Dr. Feeney. He could probably be more appropriate to answer them. And then broadly, as it relates to thoughts about screen time, that is something that I know the curriculum committee looked at a year or two ago.
Yeah.
And I guess they'll decide if it's something they're going to look at again. So we won't answer that at the next meeting if
Yeah, and that's okay.
Yeah.
But I think it's just the conversation, just generally to be mindful of the more computer-based learning we bring into the district. But yeah, I'll email Dr. Feeney, that's fine.
Great, thank you very much.
I'm not responding to the community member. I had a note here when we were going over the board goals, and I had mental health, and underneath of it, I had review use of technology deep dive. So I forgot to mention that as one of the things that I hope that we could accomplish as a district.
Okay. Second speaker, Mr. Tracy.
Sorry, thank you very much. I spoke at the last meeting. We talked a lot about class size. I'm very happy to hear that the board is looking at class size in general. So, I really appreciate, being heard as far as that's concerned. I think the immediate thing, and one of the parents who spoke earlier really addressed was, there are things happening now that have not been resolved, and they weren't new. And, some of the things that came back after hearing the meeting, from my perspective, wanting to hear what the board had to say and what they reacted to, there's more work to be done here. There's particularly this 4th grade cohort, my daughter in particular, 504, horrible time reading. We had to hire extra tutors just to make sure she could get up to standard reading level on an NWEA. And, God forbid we didn't have the resources for that. Having 4 4th grade classes, no matter what one she was going to get placed in, she was going to have 26 kids, in any one of her classes, grade after grade after grade. This was foreseeable. It is not solved. It is Band-Aided, and quite frankly, it's costing the district more money to Band-Aid it now than to resolve it. And I think there needs to be some mechanism from accountability to making sure that we're figuring out these staffing issues in real time. And if something happens, something dynamic happens, we're addressing it. My daughter's class has not been fixed. The fourth grade has not been fixed at Sousa. It really needs to be for next year, period, the end. And we'll really be thinking about that when we're thinking about what we think about the board, at the end of the day, and the decisions that they're making. There's a lot of grand plans. I like grand plans. I think everybody respects creative thinking. You got to execute. Execute, 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 or else the plans aren't worth anything. They're a waste of time. So my daughter's getting failed. A lot of other parents feel very strongly about that. You've heard it. I'm here. I wanted to listen. I heard what you had to say. It's not enough. You need to do better. That's the last thing I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mawani?
Hello, Jessica Melwani, parent of Weber and Manor Haven students. I have 2 comments regarding transportation, and I'd like to preface this by saying that I am probably one of Ms. Mora's sources of frequent feedback. And while I have not necessarily gotten the answers I desired on various issues, she and her team have been extremely responsive, and I know they are working their hardest to improve the end user experience under less than ideal circumstances. I didn't hear this addressed in the transportation update or the discussion that followed, so I would like to raise the question here. I raised it earlier this week as well. Will the board and administration work toward equipping all of our school buses with interior cameras? Our school buses are unsupervised and for some students unsafe. It is mind-boggling to me that in 2024, when every inch of our school buildings and campuses are captured on camera, we do not use the same basic tools to monitor, investigate, and deter dangerous or harmful behavior on our buses. Bus Patrol, the vendor you have selected to provide the stop-arm cameras that will be installed on all district buses, offers a comprehensive monitoring package that includes interior cameras accessible to district administration. Assuming the stop-arm cameras are being installed on both the buses our district owns and those operated by outside vendors, will the board and administration pursue the installation of interior cameras on all buses as well? In keeping with discussions about reimagining things in our district, I hope the board and administration will consider reimagining what it would take to transport our middle and high school students in a more timely fashion. We all know how we got to this point, but it has been almost 10 years since the last budget failed, and our buses still seem to be operating on an austerity model that requires our secondary level students, none of whom live more than 5 miles from school, to board buses more than an hour before the first bell and return home more than an hour after the last. So while we're assessing the financial feasibility of improving various aspects of the student experience, I hope the board will consider this facet worth evaluating. Thank you.
Do we have any further speakers? Nope. Okay. So we are not going to recess to executive session. That's why we ran 40 minutes over. So at this time, we are going to adjourn. Our next meeting is scheduled for October 22nd. Is there a second to the motion? Ms. Alvarez, all in favor? Sure, Emily? Okay, 7-0, we're adjourned.
All right.